Oh, hey there. Tonight, we're going to ease into the world of history with a tale that might just have you grateful for your own sense of personal hygiene. Welcome. Dim the lights, pull up a warm blanket, maybe put a fan on for that soft background hum. It's time to settle in and let our imaginations wander. Tonight, we're going to visit Queen Elizabeth I, one of England's most iconic monarchs. But don't worry, we won't be talking about her many accomplishments or even her famous ruffles. Instead, we'll delve into a rather pungent aspect of life during the 16th century, the state of personal grooming among royalty. You see, Elizabeth I was known for not being too fussy when it came to bathing and perfuming herself. So take a slow breath, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's begin our journey into the world where soap and water weren't as readily available as they are today. You woke up to the soft glow of candlelight dancing across the walls of your small bedchamber. The air was heavy with the scent of damp stone and stale air, but it was a familiar comfort. You stretched out your arms and yawned, feeling the stiffness in your back from sleeping on the hard mattress. As you swung your legs over the side of the bed, your feet dangled in the chill morning air. The cold seeped into your toes, making them tingle. You pushed off the blankets and stood up, taking a moment to adjust to being upright again. Your joints creaked with a gentle protest as you arched your back, trying to ease out some of the night's stiffness. You shuffled over to the small window, pushing aside the thick curtains made of heavy velvet. The morning light poured in, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. You gazed outside at the castle gardens below, where the early risers were already tending to their duties. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the trees, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Your stomach growled, reminding you that breakfast was long overdue. You made your way back to bed and began rummaging through your wardrobe for something suitable to wear. Your fingers brushed against the stiff leather boots that had been placed on a nearby stool. They were still warm from being left near the fireplace overnight, and they felt like lead weights strapped to your feet. You laced up the first boot with some effort, struggling to get past the tight eyelets of the lacing holes. The leather creaked as you tugged at it, making a small sound that echoed through the chamber. You winced in discomfort, feeling the rough material chafe against your skin. You paused for a moment to adjust the boot's position on your foot, trying to get it centered so the weight would be more evenly distributed. As you tightened the lacing around the second ankle, the leather groaned its protest. The sound was not unlike that of a tired old man complaining about his morning routine. You smiled wryly at this thought and continued with the task at hand. Finally, after several minutes of tugging and adjusting, the boots were securely fastened. With your footwear thus prepared for the day's activities, you turned your attention to dressing yourself in something more suitable than the nightshirt that had been your bedchamber companion. You slipped on a pair of hose made from woolen yarns, feeling them stretch across your legs as you adjusted them to fit properly. Next came the undershirt, which was white and soft against your skin. The fabric whispered against your chest as you pulled it up over your shoulders. Over this, you donned a tunic of coarse linen that felt like sandpaper under its loose weave. You tied the gathered sleeves around your wrists with a strip of leather cord. Your hair needed attention now, for it had grown unruly overnight and was sticking to your temples in damp tufts. You used a wooden comb made from apple wood to detangle the knots, feeling small pains as you worked out the tangles. The scent of damp earth rose from your scalp as you combed through the tangled strands. As you smoothed down your hair with a bit more oil and water from the nearby ewer, the door creaked open behind you. A maid entered with a tray bearing a simple breakfast, porridge made from oats, some cold meat, likely beef or pork, though it was impossible to tell at first glance, and a crusty loaf of bread. The food looked plain but satisfying. The maid set down the tray on a nearby stool and bowed her head in greeting before retreating back into the hallway. You sat down beside the tray, feeling grateful for this quiet moment with your breakfast. As you broke off a piece of bread from the still warm loaf, the aroma filled the air, mingling with that of the porridge. The taste was comforting and familiar, exactly what one needed after a sleepless night spent worrying about the day's duties ahead. For now, though, you let go of those concerns and focused on savoring each bite. The flavors danced across your tongue as you chewed slowly, enjoying this quiet morning moment before plunging back into the fray. Your stomach felt grateful for this reprieve from its grumbling protests. As you finished off a final morsel of bread, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside your bedchamber door. It was time to face whatever trials lay ahead, and Queen Elizabeth I would be no exception when it came to difficulties. As you prepared yourself for another day at court, the thought slipped into your mind. Being around Her Majesty meant one thing above all else. She smelled of perfumes, rosewater, and lavender, but also something else entirely more pungent. As you stood in front of your small, cluttered dressing table, running a brush through your hair for what felt like an eternity, the morning sun struggled to penetrate the grimy windows of the castle. The air inside was thick with the scent of last night's candles, and this morning's baking bread wafting from the kitchens below. You took a moment to adjust the laces on your doublet, ensuring they were tightly tied around your waist, as one did not wish to be seen slouching or unbuttoned in front of Her Majesty. With the morning chores attended to, washing face, hands, and feet with water from the nearby jug, applying a thin layer of powder to keep the sweat at bay, you moved on to breakfast. The castle kitchens were always abuzz this time of day, but you knew exactly where to find what little peace remained. Near the kitchen fire, where warm light danced across the stone floor and made even the most mundane tasks seem almost welcoming. The cook, a stout woman named Mistress Agnes with arms as wide as your waist, handed you a wooden trencher piled high with yesterday's stale bread. "Eat hearty, lad," she said, her words thick with the accent of some distant village now lost in memory. You took a seat at one end of the long table, away from the hubbub of serving staff and courtiers rushing to attend their duties. As you broke off a hunk of bread, coarse crumbs scattered across your chest, an unavoidable consequence of the rough texture, you noticed Mistress Agnes lingering near the fire. Her eyes seemed fixed upon some invisible point beyond the flames, her expression troubled. It wasn't uncommon for cooks and kitchen staff to have their own troubles. After all, one did not become a part of this grand household without secrets, and perhaps a few whispered rumors. With your meal underway, you couldn't help but think about what lay ahead. Another day at court, navigating the intricate dance of favor and disfavor that surrounded Her Majesty. Though it had been years since Queen Elizabeth ascended to the throne, there still lingered an air of uncertainty among those who served her, a feeling that any misstep could be your downfall. As you chewed on bread as dry as last week's hay, memories began to resurface from past encounters with Her Majesty. Fragments of conversations long forgotten now floated in your mind like autumn leaves blown about by an unforgiving breeze. Snippets of words spoken quickly, half-heard whispers behind a closed door. They all hinted at something you couldn't quite grasp, the hidden language that seemed to govern the inner workings of court politics. Her Majesty's personal attendants often spoke of the stench in hushed tones. It was a phrase you'd grown accustomed to hearing over time, but its meaning remained unclear until one fateful evening when you stumbled upon an old servant discussing it with a fellow courtier near the chapel door. As they parted ways, you caught the glimmer of something, perhaps concern or possibly amusement, in their eyes. Later that night, while strolling through the castle gardens under the watchful gaze of torches flickering on stone pedestals, you wondered if there was truth to these whispers about the stench. Was it possible Her Majesty's perfumes and rosewater, so pungent they could knock a man off his feet from across the room, concealed something far more unusual? Your imagination began to roam through possibilities. Perhaps her coronation gown had been treated with some secret fabric that released an odor only she could appreciate, or maybe even her favorite perfume contained an ingredient unknown to mortal men. The castle's soundscape shifted as morning turned into midday. Voices from the great hall mingled with those of serving staff and guards on their rounds, a cacophony of footsteps echoing off stone walls. It seemed like yesterday that you were listening intently for any sign of trouble or discord emanating from within Her Majesty's chambers, your ears straining to pick up whispers, murmurs, or unguarded comments. A faint scent wafted through the kitchen doorway, baking wafer bread. The aroma was a staple in 16th century England, an early morning treat for workers and those who'd risen before dawn. It reminded you of long days spent tending the Queen's gardens outside Hampton Court Palace, helping to ensure her favorite herbs and flowers bloomed under controlled conditions. You took another bite of bread, thinking about how these everyday moments could sometimes seem more significant than grand events or state affairs. An overheard conversation between the master of the horse and some courtier, a whispered rumor spread by servants before dawn's light. Each one was like a pebble dropped into a still pond, ripples spreading outward to touch countless lives within this complex, interconnected world. Your stomach began to protest the dry bread. Time for a change in venue. The great hall beckoned with its daily bustle and promise of more substantial fare. The long tables were being set with fine linens and ornate silverware. Her Majesty's advisors and courtiers mingled near the fire, their voices hushed as they discussed matters known only to themselves. You slid into a seat at the back table, careful not to draw attention from those gathered around Her Majesty, who sat enthroned on her raised dais, surveying the scene below with an expression both regal and distant. Some said this was how she kept her subjects in awe, by being as enigmatic as a winter's night. You remembered hearing that even among her closest advisors, there were rumors of a secret life hidden behind these cold, calculated walls, whispers hinting at a private world few dared to glimpse. The hall erupted into the morning's usual din as more servants entered with platters heaped high with hot dishes, steaming venison pies, roasted meats served on silver platters, and of course, an assortment of fresh fruits from the palace orchards. Amidst all this abundance, you couldn't help but think about what might be simmering in the background beneath the surface of Her Majesty's daily routine. Your eyes wandered around the hall as conversations began to pick up speed, courtiers exchanging jokes and witty remarks, servants laughing with a mixture of relief and weariness, the gentle hum of conversation near the fire. All these sounds blended together like colors on an artist's palette, each one contributing its own unique hue, forming the rich tapestry that was life within the palace. Mistress Agnes reappeared at your side, refilling your trencher with steaming meat and fresh bread. You smiled in appreciation as she patted you gently on the shoulder before hurrying off to tend to other guests. As her hand brushed against yours, a faint scent caught your attention, something that reminded you of damp earth, perhaps even a hint of decay. Your gaze drifted back towards Her Majesty's raised dais, where an uncomfortable silence now hung like an unseen presence within the hall. The Queen sat motionless, lost in thought as she often was during these morning gatherings. Some whispered it signified deep contemplation, others claimed it meant she'd been pondering a problem that had long plagued her reign, the mystery of the stench. With Mistress Agnes's parting touch still fresh on your skin, you wondered if this strange odor, present but hidden beneath Her Majesty's overpowering perfumes and rosewater, was indeed more than just rumor or imagination. Your thoughts meandered through memories of past encounters with Her Majesty, fleeting glances, hasty conversations cut short by some unseen signal from her attendants. You're walking through a bustling market square, lost in thought, trying to shake off the memory of Her Majesty's piercing gaze. The scent of fresh bread wafts from a nearby bakery, mingling with the smell of horse manure and damp earth. You quicken your pace, weaving past vendors calling out their wares, fresh fish. Get your fresh fish here and hand-woven linens for sale. As you navigate through the crowd, you can't help but notice the way people react to your presence. Some nod in respect, others glance at you with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. You're not sure what it is about you that sets them off. Perhaps it's the rough woolen cloak draped over your shoulders or the worn leather boots on your feet. You push through the throngs, making for the narrow alleyway that leads to the city's central well. The sound of running water and clinking metal echoes from within. You're not sure what you'll find inside, perhaps a group of washerwomen scrubbing away at dirty linens, or a lone servant hauling buckets up from the depths. As you enter, the cool darkness envelops you like a shroud. Your eyes adjust slowly to the dim light, and you make out the shape of the well's wooden bucket, suspended by ropes above the murky water below. A young woman stands nearby, her face pinched with concentration as she expertly coaxes a stubborn stain from the fabric in her hands. She looks up at you with a hint of curiosity, but says nothing, just nods curtly and returns to her task. You follow suit, watching intently as she scrubs away at the garment's surface. The woman works with precision, almost reverence, coaxing out each stubborn stain like it was a particularly recalcitrant guest. The air is thick with the scent of soap and water, a pungent mixture that clings to your skin like a damp shroud. You can feel the moisture on your face, a faint sheen that's more noticeable in the dim light. Your own clothes cling damply to your body. You recall how hot it was earlier this morning, standing in line for breakfast outside the local bakery. Breakfast, what a curious thing it is. A time of day when the world seems to pause, if only briefly, from its mad dash towards whatever lies ahead. You think back on those early mornings, waking before dawn, stumbling through the darkened streets, waiting in line alongside merchants and laborers alike for your daily ration. It's a peculiar ritual, this communal breakfasting. A time when social hierarchies are momentarily set aside, replaced by an almost primal imperative to fuel up for another day of struggle and toil. You imagine Her Majesty herself standing amidst the throngs, her attendants expertly juggling their duties as they navigate the chaotic atmosphere. But no, you're here now, in this cramped alleyway, surrounded by the humdrum routines of everyday life. The washerwoman glances up at you once more before returning to her task. She doesn't seem put off by your presence any longer. Perhaps it's just a matter of time before everyone around you adjusts their expectations and welcomes you into their midst, or simply grows accustomed to your very existence. The well's wooden bucket creaks softly as the woman reaches for another load of laundry, its metal edges glinting in the faint light. You follow her gaze down into the depths below. It's an almost hypnotic sight, water flowing steadily upwards, like some ancient lifeblood pumping through the city's very heart. Your thoughts drift back to Her Majesty in that moment when your paths crossed in passing. The memory of her piercing gaze still lingers within you, a mixture of fascination and trepidation that refuses to fully dissipate. You wonder what it must be like living in such close proximity to the monarch, always on display, always subject to scrutiny. But for now, at least for this brief moment, all that seems far away indeed. As you gaze down into the well's depths, a faint sense of calm washes over you. Perhaps it's just the rhythmic sound of water flowing upwards, or perhaps it's something more profound, an acceptance of your place within this busy world. Whatever the reason, as you stand here in the dimly lit alleyway, surrounded by the quiet routines of everyday life, washing clothes, hauling buckets up from the depths below, scrubbing away at stubborn stains, a peculiar sense of peace settles over you. It's not an absence of thoughts or worries, but rather a gentle surrender to the ebb and flow of existence. Time passes slowly in these moments, like water seeping into damp soil on a spring morning. The world outside recedes from your consciousness. For now, it's just you lost in thought amidst the humdrum routines of daily life. As you stand in front of your dressing table, staring blankly into the mirror, your mind begins to wander back to Elizabeth I's daily life. You think about how she would have started her day, and what a typical morning routine might look like for someone who lived over 400 years ago. You imagine yourself in Elizabeth's shoes, or rather in her ornate, bejeweled court slippers. The year is 1585, and you are getting ready to attend yet another lavish dinner party at Whitehall Palace. As you reach for your laces, your fingers brush against the stiff, starched rough collar that pokes out from beneath your doublet. The soft fabric of the ruff feels like a gentle caress on your skin, but as you begin to tie it around your neck, you realize just how uncomfortable it's going to be. You imagine Elizabeth squirming and adjusting hers throughout the day, a constant fidget with her gloves, smoothing out wrinkles that seem to materialize as soon as she touches them. You fasten the laces of your doublet, feeling the satisfying click as they secure in place. The mirror reflects back at you a slightly rumpled but still imposing figure, After all, even Elizabeth's most devoted subjects couldn't resist her piercing gaze and commanding presence. You try to emulate that confidence now, standing up straight and surveying your reflection from every angle. Your eyes settle on the rough collar once more. It's an absurd thing, really, a decorative flourish designed to demonstrate one's social status rather than any practical function. And yet, it seems so deeply ingrained in Elizabeth's daily life that you can almost imagine her waking up with it already tied around her neck. You think about how she might have worn it while sleeping, if only for the sake of appearances, even if nobody was there to see her. You wonder what kind of linen or cotton fabric would be used for such a delicate garment, and whether Elizabeth ever got into the habit of carrying around a spare rough collar in case this one became too soiled or wrinkled. Your own reflection looks back at you, slightly puzzled by these musings. You try to shake off the distraction, focusing on your breakfast instead, maybe some leftover bread with cheese washed down with ale for good measure. Elizabeth's diet would have been far more varied and exotic, of course. A steady supply of fresh meat, fish from the Thames, and an endless array of sweets and spices. As you eat, your thoughts turn to the rough collar once again, not just its appearance, but also how it might feel throughout the day. You imagine Elizabeth trying on different combinations of perfume and pomade, each one competing with her natural scent for dominance in the crowded palace halls. The lingering aroma of smoke from last night's fire clings to everything, mingling with the faint hint of lavender wafting up from your own rough collar. You finish your breakfast, then turn back to your reflection, this time scrutinizing every detail more closely than before. Your eyes roam over the doublet and hose you've chosen for today, a deep blue hue that should complement Elizabeth's signature red hair rather nicely. You even try on one of her famous gold headdresses, feeling the weight of it settle onto your shoulders like an obligation. Now, as you stand in front of the mirror, gazing at this carefully constructed version of yourself, or rather, of Queen Elizabeth I, you realize just how far removed from reality all these recreations have become. It's not about reenacting her life so much as imagining what it might be like to inhabit a world with its own peculiar customs and rituals. The clock on the wall ticks away softly in the background, marking time at your leisurely pace, though you know full well that Elizabeth would have been far more pressed for time than you are. She'd need to attend meetings of her Privy Council, oversee foreign diplomacy, or visit with visiting dignitaries who expect nothing but perfection from their monarch. As you continue staring into the mirror, trying on different personas like so many layers of a garment, something catches your eye, and it's not just Elizabeth's elaborate headdress. It's the faint sheen of perspiration on her forehead, or rather, yours in this momentary lapse back into historical role-playing. You notice how easily you sweat beneath all these layers, the linen undershirt clinging to your skin like a damp bandage, the starched collar chafing against your neck, and those gloves soft kid leather designed for show rather than warmth. It's an unglamorous detail, perhaps, but one that serves as a poignant reminder of just how much these ornate garments might have bothered Elizabeth in their own way. You continue to adjust the headdress, feeling it slip slightly askew on your shoulders. As you push it back into place, you catch yourself studying every tiny nuance, not just because they're quaint historical curiosities, but also as a means of understanding what daily life must have been like for Elizabeth herself. a constant balancing act between maintaining appearances and tolerating the physical discomforts that came with being royalty. Your thoughts meander back to the mundane routines that fill your own days, searching for some thread of connection between these historical personages and yourself. It's not about reenacting their lives, but rather finding those hidden corners where two vastly different eras converge, or at least touch on each other in fleeting ways. You take a step closer to the mirror now, trying to see your own face as Elizabeth might have seen hers, through the eyes of an observer who values both beauty and strength above all else. Your gaze lingers on that one particularly stubborn wrinkle between your eyebrows, something you've been meaning to attend to but never seem quite able to get around to. As you stand there, lost in this quiet contemplation, you start to imagine what it would be like to live without those layers of expectation and protocol. The endless meetings, the carefully managed appearances, or even just the constant concern with one's image. You almost wish for a day when nobody cared about your rough collar, doublet, or headdress, a time when clothes didn't dictate social standing quite so rigidly. You let out a gentle sigh as this fantasy dissolves back into reality, leaving you once again staring at the mirror and trying to decide on which version of yourself to be today. You stand up and begin to make your way through the familiar routine of morning ablutions, the mirror's gaze following you like a loyal companion as you move towards the door. The air in this small room is thick with yesterday's lingering scents, the acrid tang of candle smoke from last night's reading, the sweetish aroma of soap and water from washing your face, but you're not yet ready to think about the outside world beyond these walls. You head into the next room, where a faint scent of dampness wafts up from the floorboards. The morning light that filters through the windows casts long shadows on the walls, making it seem as though dark figures are lurking just out of sight. You try not to notice this, focusing instead on finding your chamber pot, which is tucked away in a corner, partially hidden by a tapestry. You pick up the chamber pot and make your way back to the bathroom area, trying not to think about what's been left behind overnight. It's a task you've grown accustomed to over time. The sound of water sloshing around inside the porcelain is almost musical as you lift the lid, releasing a pungent aroma that rises like a challenge into your nostrils. You wince slightly at the smell, but know it's not worth trying to avoid. After all, someone has to take care of this business. You're still in your nightdress, and you run a hand through your tangled hair as you begin to, tend to your needs. The sound of running water from the nearby basin provides a soothing background hum, helping to mask some of the more unpleasant aspects of this process. As you finish up and replace the lid on the chamber pot, making sure it's secure so that no stray scents escape into the rest of the house, you take a moment to splash some cold water onto your face. The shock of it is always invigorating, even if the sensation doesn't quite last long enough. Now, with morning ablutions out of the way, you turn your attention to finding something edible in this household. You're not exactly sure what's available. There might be leftovers from dinner the night before, or perhaps some stale bread that can be made palatable with a bit of cheese or honey. The kitchen is just down the hall, and as you make your way towards it, you notice the faint scent of baking wafting through the air. You follow the smell to find the cook busy at work in front of an open fire. She's stirring something that looks like porridge, although judging by its appearance alone, it could easily be anything from oatmeal to wallpaper paste. The aroma is pleasant enough, but you're not sure what to expect when you take a bite. As you watch her work, you can't help but think about the state of your own stomach at this hour. It's been doing some serious protesting over the past few days, likely due to an unfortunate combination of last night's dinner and too much time spent in close proximity to the chamber pot. You make a mental note to speak with the cook later today, hoping that perhaps she can suggest something more digestively friendly. The sound of clinking pots and pans provides a gentle background noise as you stand there watching her work. The fire crackles softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls. It's almost hypnotic in its own way. You feel yourself growing slowly drowsy, lulled by the warm glow and soothing scents. It's moments like these that make you grateful for this simple routine, something to cling to amidst all the other demands of daily life. Of course, there are plenty of things to worry about. What will be on the menu tonight? Will your clothes get clean enough without needing to be rewashed halfway through? But in this moment, as the cook stirs and mutters over her pots, you feel a strange sense of peace settle over you. As you continue to observe from across the room, you notice that she's added what looks like honey to the porridge. It makes everything look slightly more appetizing. You begin to edge closer, trying not to intrude on her work as she adds a pinch of salt and stirs once again. With each passing moment, the aroma grows stronger, mingling with the scents from earlier in your ablutions routine. It's almost overwhelming, but in a pleasant way this time. Your stomach begins to growl softly at the prospect of something edible soon. It's been too long since you've had anything truly satisfying. Just as things are starting to look up, there's a faint creaking sound from upstairs. You recognize it immediately. One of your family members is making their way down into the main part of the house, likely just out of bed and already getting tangled in morning routines. You take this opportunity to slip back into your own room and retrieve some clean clothes from the armoire. It's a bit disorganized at present, but you know exactly where everything should be, or so it seems whenever you need something specific. As you begin to dress, you can't help but think about how it would feel if this life, with its countless little inconveniences and daily battles over household chores, were all that there was. You smooth out your nightgown as best you can before pulling on a pair of breeches beneath it. It's not exactly the most dignified outfit, but at least it will keep you from getting too dirty today. You try to ignore the faint stain that seems to have appeared overnight, probably just ink from last night's reading. With your clothing more or less in order, you venture out into the hallway once again. The creaking sound has stopped. Whatever was causing it is now safely elsewhere in the house. As you move towards the kitchen, you're greeted by a faint hum of activity. Someone, probably the cook, is beginning to get breakfast ready. The room is starting to fill with the scent of, well, something other than porridge this time. You take your place at the table alongside several members of your household, trying not to draw attention as they serve up whatever it is that's been prepared for you today. As you take your seat alongside your fellow household members, a warm light spills across the table from the large window behind it, casting long shadows on the walls and illuminating the fine dust motes dancing in the air. The scent of fresh bread wafts up from the tray before you, mingling with the faint tang of cheese that seems to be sitting just out of reach, its aroma teasing your nostrils like a whispered promise. The sound of sizzling meat carries through the hallways outside, accompanied by the murmur of low conversation and the creaking of wooden spoons against earthenware pots. Your stomach growls softly in anticipation as you wait for someone to notice it's time to start eating. The silence is almost palpable, broken only by the occasional sniffle or cough from one of your companions. You glance around at the faces gathered around the table, Thomas on your left, his eyes fixed intently on some invisible spot above the bread. Mistress Elizabeth next to him, her hands clasped tightly together as she surveys the offerings with an air of quiet disapproval. There's a faint smell of lavender and wool hanging about her like a faint cloud, which you associate with her habit of wearing it to bed. Your gaze drifts over to Master John on your right, who is busily buttering a slice of bread while trying not to knock over the candle that casts its warm glow across his features. He's been working in the gardens all morning and looks like he could use a good scrubbing, earthy scents clinging to him like a damp cloak, mingling with the faint tang of fresh-cut grass. As you fidget impatiently in your seat, you notice how each person has their own distinct smell. Mistress Elizabeth's perfume hanging about her like a halo, Thomas's sweat-scented clothes carrying the acrid tang of yesterday's exercise routine. Even Master John's earthy undertones seem to be tinged with something else. Perhaps it's his recent bout of toothache, which left him sporting an impressive purple bruise on one side of his jaw. Your own scent, meanwhile, is starting to become a mite unpleasant. Yesterday's meal still clings to you like a bad habit, the faint reek of boiled onions and stale bread lingering about your person in a way that makes you feel rather self-conscious as you wonder if anyone else has noticed it yet. As if sensing this unease, Mistress Elizabeth sets down her hands, her eyes flicking towards yours with an almost imperceptible glint. You freeze, worried she might be planning to remark on the state of your attire, or worse still, launch into one of those lengthy discussions about proper hygiene that leave you feeling like a scolded child. But instead, she merely smiles blandly and says, "Shall we begin?" The words are neutral enough, yet somehow convey an air of expectation. You take this as your cue to start eating, trying not to think too much about the smell emanating from under your chin or the faint tang of last night's ale clinging to your breath. As you raise a slice of bread to your lips, you catch sight of Queen Elizabeth watching from across the room, her piercing gaze making everyone at the table feel like they're being put through some sort of silent inquisition. Her presence is always accompanied by an almost palpable air of anticipation, as if she's expecting something momentous to occur any minute now. You've heard rumors about the Queen's own fragrant nature, how her perfumes and pomades create a scent so overpowering that people have been known to swoon just being near her. Thomas whispers it was said one poor courtier had to be taken out on his litter after only an hour in her presence, due to sheer olfactory overload. You've always thought this rather exaggerated, but the way she sits there now, her regal figure radiating power and majesty like a beacon, makes you wonder if perhaps Thomas wasn't entirely wrong. There's something almost pungent about her very aura, as if all those perfumes have combined to create some sort of heady cocktail that leaves everyone around her gasping for air. You take another bite, trying not to think too much about the Queen or her noxious reputation. Maybe it's just your imagination playing tricks on you, after all. People are always saying strange things about monarchs and their habits. But as you chew, you can't help but wonder what would happen if someone were to stand up right now and whisper in the Queen's ear that perhaps a gentle wash with rosewater might be in order. Your eyes flick back down to your plate as Mistress Elizabeth starts to say something about the new batch of cheese they've acquired from some local dairy. Its rich, creamy aroma mingling with the scent of fresh bread to create an almost overwhelming bouquet. For a moment, you're transported back to simpler times, when the only worries were what to eat for breakfast or which path to take on your morning walk. As Thomas starts to expound upon the finer points of cheese making, his voice droning on like a gentle brook as he explains about tempering and aging processes, you start to relax, letting yourself sink into the comfortable rhythms of everyday life. It's moments like these that remind you why you love being part of this household, where everything is familiar and routine, even if it does occasionally get a bit stuffy. You lean back in your chair, trying not to think about anything too deeply as you take another bite, savoring the smooth texture of the cheese against the rough crust of bread. The sounds around you start to blend together. Gentle murmurs, clinking cutlery, and an occasional burst of laughter from one of the more exuberant members at the table. Your eyes drift back up towards Queen Elizabeth, who still sits across the room, her regal presence hanging over everything like a challenge. You can almost see her thinking, "Ah, yes, my dear courtiers may try to avoid me, but I'll have them eating out of my hand before long." And with that air of quiet confidence surrounding her like an aura, you wonder if perhaps there's some truth in those stories about the queen being rather fragrant. As Mistress Elizabeth continues talking, though not necessarily saying anything particularly interesting, you start to notice how people react around Her Majesty, their faces subtly shifting as they try to gauge exactly what she might want from them. You catch glimpses of it in every glance, every raised eyebrow or lowered eyelid. Somehow this makes the conversation at your table seem all the more banal by comparison, like watching a gentle breeze rustle through leaves when you know there's an actual hurricane brewing on the horizon. Your eyes flick around the room once more before landing back on Mistress Elizabeth, who seems to be going on and on about some new recipe she's acquired from one of her cousins. As you listen with half an ear, your mind drifting between thoughts of cheese and herbs and last night's ale, you can't help but feel a twinge of unease. It starts in the pit of your stomach, spreading outward as you realize just how deeply ingrained these tiny social rituals are, where every action is a subtle dance with the queen herself, rather than some simple act of eating or conversing. It's like trying to navigate through quicksand, one misstep and you're stuck fast. And yet, for all this, it doesn't feel particularly scary, more like familiar. As if your very life has been built upon these tiny steps, where every conversation is a delicate balancing act between pleasing the queen and being true to yourself. For now, though, there's no need to worry about any of that. All you have to do is sit here, eating bread and cheese, listening to Mistress Elizabeth drone on, and occasionally glancing over at Her Majesty as she watches with an almost unnervingly keen eye. As you sit here trying to feign interest in Mistress Elizabeth's lengthy tales of needlework and household management, your gaze drifts back over to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth I herself, who sits across from you with an air of quiet expectation. The fire crackles softly on the hearth behind her, casting a warm glow over the small gathering, but doing little to alleviate the pungent aroma that seems to cling to every surface. You're aware, even if only dimly so at first, that Her Majesty's reputation for cleanliness is not exactly stellar. Your nose wrinkles slightly as you catch another whiff of the smell emanating from her direction, a rich, earthy scent with just a hint of something else, stale sweat, and perhaps a dash of yesterday's perfume. It's a potent combination that seems to hover on the edge of your perception like a whispered secret. You try to focus back on Mistress Elizabeth, but find yourself instead thinking about the state of your own armpits. Have you remembered to wash them recently, or did you let it slide during this morning's rushed preparations for attending court? The memory stings, those few minutes when you could have taken a moment to scrub away at last night's exertions, if only you'd thought to grab the soap and water. Meanwhile, Her Majesty shifts in her seat, drawing your attention once more. She leans forward slightly, her eyes locked onto yours as she asks a pointed question about some obscure point of law or state business, something that requires an answer from someone other than Mistress Elizabeth, who is busy regaling you with yet another story about the intricacies of embroidery patterns. As you struggle to recall the relevant details, your mind wanders back to the sweat issue. You know it's only a matter of time before Her Majesty notices her own stench, if she hasn't already. Perhaps that's why she seems so keenly aware of every movement around her. Part of being royalty means always being prepared for someone or something to make an unsavory observation about one's personal hygiene. You notice, too, the way Mistress Elizabeth glances over at Her Majesty with a mixture of concern and disapproval. She's been trying to get you to focus on the finer points of household management all morning, things like making sure the linens are properly aired or keeping an eye out for moths in the tapestries. It's almost as if she hopes to distract Her Majesty and yourself from her own rather pungent presence. You're not entirely certain why this is, but you have a hunch it might be connected to Mistress Elizabeth's attempts to ingratiate herself with the Queen. Perhaps there's something in her household skills that can help offset, or at least obfuscate, Her Majesty's own less than flattering reputation for cleanliness. Whatever the reason, you're starting to get an inkling of just how complicated life is when you're a low-ranking member of the royal court. The fire crackles on, casting flickering shadows across the walls as Mistress Elizabeth continues her story. You listen with varying degrees of attention, some points are more interesting than others, but your mind keeps drifting back to Her Majesty and that infamous smell. Eventually, someone, perhaps it's even you, will have to bring up the topic. What do you say when confronted by a monarch who reeks of stale sweat? You glance around the room, taking in the subtle details of everyone else's behavior. Mistress Elizabeth is still talking. Lord Thomas over there seems engrossed in his own thoughts. He always looks that way. And Her Majesty herself remains fixated on your face, an unnervingly intense gaze for someone as fragrant as she is. One thing becomes increasingly clear. Attending court will not be a breeze, especially if you're trying to avoid getting swept up in Her Majesty's personal odyssey. Perhaps this isn't the most pressing concern at the moment or ever, but it's something that eventually you'll have to address head-on. And just how do people manage when faced with such an aromatic challenge? You find yourself thinking back on all those times you've caught a whiff of Her Majesty during various events or meetings around court, trying to pinpoint the exact moment things began going downhill for her. It's almost as if there was some invisible tipping point, perhaps triggered by an unfortunate combination of too much heat and not enough ventilation. After which, well, let's just say aroma became a more prominent concern. Your own armpits grow warmer in anticipation of the inevitable questions or comments that will surely arise when you're caught out. You imagine Her Majesty summoning some hapless servant to discreetly douse her with lavender water, an exercise in futility, given what we both know, only for it to be discovered mid-treatment and spark a flurry of whispered gossip among the more fastidious members of court. Mistress Elizabeth continues talking, though you're not quite sure if she's still discussing needlework or has moved on to some other topic. Her Majesty remains watchful, her gaze never wavering from your face as if daring you or perhaps just mildly curious about what you might say in response to any of this. For now, at least, the conversation plods along, an endless succession of seemingly innocuous comments and side conversations that somehow always seem to circle back around to one thing: Her Majesty's unique personal fragrance. As you sit here, listening or pretending to, your own armpits feel like a ticking time bomb waiting for some careless comment or unfortunate oversight to send it all crashing down. And yet, despite the air of tension that hangs over everything, there's something almost quaintly soothing about this particular gathering. Perhaps it's just the knowledge that even in the midst of royal politics and intrigue, life carries on with its own peculiar rhythms. Messy, frustrating, sometimes smelly, but ultimately endearingly familiar. The fire crackles on as the afternoon wears down slowly, but inexorably moving towards its inevitable conclusion, which will likely involve some awkward conversation about Her Majesty's personal hygiene. You feel yourself sinking deeper into your seat, almost hypnotized by the rhythm of it all. Mistress Elizabeth talking, Lord Thomas listening intently, and Her Majesty watching with that unnervingly keen eye. Meanwhile, if you're lucky enough to have a bit more free time between now and dinner, perhaps you'll remember to wash those armpits. As the morning wears on and you're tasked with helping your mistress get ready for the day's events, which might include a visit to the palace or perhaps an afternoon of needlework in the gardens, depending on her mood and schedule, you find yourself standing behind Queen Elizabeth I as she prepares to face another day. The air is heavy with the scent of rosewater and lavender, wafting from the perfume jars scattered about the dressing room, but it's a fleeting respite from the pungent aromas that tend to cling to Her Majesty like an unfortunate aura. You carefully lace up her corset, trying not to tighten it too much, though you know she'll likely ask for more constrictions soon enough. The Queen is known to prefer her stays as tight as possible, partly because she believes it helps maintain a slender figure, but also perhaps because the pressure on her lungs allows her to draw in breaths that are slightly smaller than average, thereby reducing the overall odor emanating from within. As you work on securing the laces, your fingers brush against the Queen's skin, cool and smooth as silk, yet carrying with it a faintly acidic tang. It's an unusual scent for someone of her stature, but one that's all too common among those who live in close quarters with Her Majesty. A faint hint of sweat mingled with something slightly more unpleasant. You try not to think about what might be causing this particular aroma as you carefully tie the corset laces into neat bows. Instead, focus on smoothing out any wrinkles in her gown, which today is a rich, dark blue velvet, adorned with intricate silver embroidery that catches the morning light streaming through the windows like tiny stars. The Queen surveys herself in the mirror, her eyes narrowing slightly as she adjusts the placement of a stray lock of hair. "Good morrow," she says to you, her voice crisp and commanding even at this early hour. "I shall require some assistance with my perfume today. Specifically, I need you to ensure that the lavender oil is applied precisely to the upper inner elbow area." You nod dutifully as you remember the intricacies of Her Majesty's fragrance rituals, which can be as finicky as they are elaborate. You carefully unscrew the tiny glass vial containing the precious essential oils and dip a small, delicate brush into its depths. As you work on applying the perfume to the designated area, your hand brushes against the queen's elbow in passing. The sensation is fleeting but unmistakable. Her skin feels like damp earth after a spring rain, cool, yielding, and unexpectedly pungent. It takes all of 3 seconds for this new scent to become part of the overall bouquet wafting from Her Majesty. The morning light streaming through the windows casts long shadows across the room as you continue with your duties. You help the queen into her gloves, carefully adjusting the fit so that none of them bunch up awkwardly, tie a neat bow around her neck, and once she's satisfied with her appearance, escort her to the dining hall for breakfast. The meal itself is a simple but opulent affair. Porridge made from imported oats served in delicate silver bowls, fruit preserves crafted by the royal confectioners who have spent hours perfecting their recipes, and an assortment of breads that range from soft white loaves to crusty baguettes fresh from the palace oven. As you pour cups of ale for Her Majesty's attendants, a somber group who move about with all the animation of stone statues, each one carefully monitoring every detail lest they be accused of slackness or incompetence, you can't help but notice how different everything is this morning. The air seems heavier, filled with an almost imperceptible haze that clings to your skin like a damp shroud. It's not just the scent of Her Majesty, though that plays its part. It's also the general atmosphere in the palace, one that veers between tense anticipation and stifled boredom. After all, when you're living among royalty, every day can feel like an eternity spent waiting for something, anything, to happen. As breakfast draws to a close, during which time the queen barely speaks above a whisper, her eyes fixed intently on some invisible point beyond your shoulder, you notice that one of Her Majesty's ladies-in-waiting has gone missing. It doesn't seem like an unusual occurrence at first. After all, with so many attendants bustling about the palace grounds, it can be easy to lose track of individuals. However, as you begin making discreet inquiries, tapping your fingers against a nearby pillar while pretending to adjust the curtains, whispers start circulating among the staff. Something seems amiss. The missing attendant is usually one who serves at table, and there are rumors that Her Majesty might have asked for her removal from duty. You can't quite discern what's happening behind closed doors or under a neatly arranged pile of linens, come to think of it, but you suspect this latest development will only serve to heighten the general tension surrounding life within these palace walls. The days blend together in an endless blur of duties and rituals, all carefully calibrated to create an aura that is, well, as close to divine as one can get without actually being deified. Meanwhile, as morning wears on into late morning, which itself morphs gradually into the early afternoon, you find yourself preoccupied with thoughts about what it's like to be a foot servant. Specifically, how would they feel trudging from dawn till dusk in service of someone who requires an entire retinue of attendants just for daily tasks? Those poor souls have to endure everything from lace stays that can constrict their breathing to being asked, repeatedly, if the Queen's perfume is properly applied, which it usually isn't. They're forever on call, always at risk of receiving some errant instruction or having to hastily rearrange themselves into a more flattering pose. It occurs to you now, wouldn't they rather be almost anywhere else? Somewhere with fresh air and minimal expectations. somewhere where nobody breathes down their neck, literally in the Queen's case. You ponder this for a while, lost in reverie as the palace continues its stately pace around you. Eventually, however, duty calls specifically. It demands that you assist another of Her Majesty's ladies-in-waiting with her toilette. Which brings us full circle back to how would they feel as you stood outside the castle walls on a chilly autumn morning, watching the Queen's ladies-in-waiting make their way to the laundry courtyard. You couldn't help but wonder how they felt about their daily task ahead. The air was crisp and clean, with just a hint of wood smoke carried on the breeze from the nearby kitchens, where cooks were already stirring large pots for breakfast. You noticed that Lady Jane, one of the Queen's favorites, looked particularly gloomy as she trudged along beside her companion, Mistress Anne. They both wore woolen cloaks over their dresses to ward off the chill and carried linen bundles slung over their shoulders, a reminder that laundry day was always a laborious task. The courtyard ahead of them would be filled with steam rising from cauldrons of hot water, and the sound of scrubbing boards against stone as they worked to clean Queen Elizabeth's exquisite gowns. As you walked alongside the ladies-in-waiting, you caught snippets of conversation carried on the wind. "Fie upon this cold," Mistress Anne muttered, shivering under her cloak. Lady Jane replied with a gentle reprimand. "Patience, dear Anne, 'tis but for one day." The words were lost in the clatter and chatter as they entered the courtyard. Inside, you found yourself amidst a flurry of activity. Maids scurrying to fetch hot water from the nearby kitchen, servants arranging wooden tubs by the fire, and the ladies-in-waiting themselves beginning their task with quiet determination. The air was thick with the smell of soapwort, an herb used for its gentle cleansing properties on delicate fabrics. You watched as Lady Jane carefully unfolded a magnificent gown made from silk and fine lace. Its intricate embroidery glistened in the morning light streaming through the courtyard windows, but to your surprise, she didn't seem particularly fond of it. As she submerged the fabric into the steaming cauldron, you overheard her remarking to Mistress Anne, "I do wish we might have a bit more warmth to our work today, my fingers ache already." You observed that the water used for washing was cold, even in late autumn when the weather had grown decidedly cooler. The Queen's ladies-in-waiting didn't seem to mind so much, but you couldn't help feeling for them as they struggled through the task at hand. They were accustomed to such hardship. After all, their lives revolved around attending the monarch, ensuring her clothes and person were immaculate. The process of washing these delicate fabrics required great care. Gentle scrubbing with soapwort paste on a wooden board, rinsing in cold water until it ran clear, then carefully wringing out each garment before hanging them to dry. It was painstaking work, especially when the garments themselves, so finely made and requiring such attention to detail, were as fragile as they were beautiful. As you stood there amidst this chore-filled morning scene, you felt a twinge of discomfort watching these women labor over delicate fabrics in icy cold water. Their hands must have been numb by now, their fingers probably stinging from the soapwort's mild abrasiveness on raw skin. And yet, they persisted with their quiet industry. You noticed that one or two servants kept glancing around nervously, as if aware of some oversight or missing item in this tedious process. A stray loose thread here, a slight rip there. Each imperfection was magnified by the sheer scale of work involved in maintaining Queen Elizabeth's wardrobe alone. The thought sent you wandering back to your original question, how would they feel about their daily task ahead? Perhaps that same Lady Jane stood outside on another morning like this one, perhaps years ago when she first began attending the Queen as a young woman. Would she have felt similarly reluctant or even resentful of her duties? Or was it merely an old habit now, one that had become so ingrained over time? In your reverie, you failed to notice a new arrival in the courtyard, one who would offer insight into this very question. A seasoned laundress, known for her remarkable efficiency and gentle touch with delicate fabrics, stepped forward from among the shadows near the fire pit. She wore a soft cap tied under her chin, over an apron made of simple linen. Without drawing attention to herself, she began quietly inspecting each garment as it emerged from its rinse, checking for any damage or discoloration. Her hands moved with practiced ease, deft fingers smoothing out wrinkles, soothing away minor creases. You watched in awe as a particularly fine silk underskirt emerged from the cold water and was carefully smoothed by her skilled hands. Her attention to details seemed almost appreciative, as if she took genuine pleasure in restoring each delicate piece back to its former glory, even though such care required hours of tedious labor. This laundress, with her worn but neat cap and patient demeanor, radiated a sense of quiet satisfaction that made you wonder, what was it about this work that brought joy? Perhaps not joy exactly, though she did seem rather content in the moment. Maybe it was more like acceptance, or perhaps even fondness for the intricate patterns, textures, and hues that comprise these exquisite fabrics. The laundress's eyes sparkled as she folded a delicate silk chemise with an obvious sense of care. You sensed her inner satisfaction lay not so much in completing this task, but rather within each meticulous movement, folding here, smoothing there. In this quiet moment, surrounded by the clatter and scent of soapwort, your thoughts drifted back to Lady Jane. You recalled how she'd spoken earlier about aching fingers. Now, as you watched the laundress at work, it dawned on you that their roles were perhaps not so different after all. Both women, though with varying levels of experience and skill, were engaged in tasks born from necessity, making do with what they had. Lady Jane might have felt some reluctance or even frustration when faced with laundry day, but for this seasoned laundress her work seemed almost meditative. She moved through the morning routine as one might navigate a familiar path on an autumnal walk, aware of each step's rhythm and movement. Her fingers danced across fabric surfaces with practiced ease. And it was here that you finally grasped why they wouldn't want to smell Queen Elizabeth I. Not just because she used rose petals, lavender water, or any number of other perfumes in her daily routine, but perhaps more so due to this mundane scene playing out around you. For all the pomp and circumstance surrounding their lives, elaborate gowns, golden crowns, grand ceremonies, it was moments like these that made up a significant portion of their days. As they labored over delicate fabrics with care and attention, scrubbing away at intricate embroidery or smoothing down tiny creases, there existed an almost poignant quality to this scene. It spoke not only of the practicalities involved in maintaining royal attire, but also hinted at deeper emotions, perhaps fondness for a task that required precision, maybe even affection toward these exquisite fabrics themselves. You stood amidst the morning's half-finished routines, scrubbing boards clattering against stone, servants rushing about to fetch hot water from nearby kitchens, and the queen's own ladies-in-waiting working through their list of delicate garments. Amidst it all, you sensed an undertone of quiet contentment emanating from this laundress as she folded, smoothed, or otherwise restored each item back to its former glory. And in that fleeting instant, amidst the bustling activity and gentle hum of conversation carried on autumnal breezes through castle courtyards, when all seemed so very ordinary yet utterly vital at once, you found yourself wondering, just how would they feel about their daily task ahead? You stepped out of the morning's warmth and into the castle's great hall, the chill of the stone floor beneath your feet a gentle reminder that even on days when the sun shone brightly through the stained glass windows above, there was still a world beyond the comfort of a well-fed belly and a warm bed. The air inside was thick with the scent of roasting meat, fresh bread wafting from the ovens in the kitchen wing, and the soft murmur of conversation carried on autumnal breezes that had blown through the courtyards just hours before. As you made your way towards the long tables where breakfast would soon be served, a spread of porridge, cold meats, and cheese that looked as if it might have been there for several days already, your gaze drifted to Queen Elizabeth I herself. She sat at her place at the head of the table, her eyes fixed intently on the courtier who had just finished speaking, his words hanging in the air like a challenge. You watched, fascinated by the delicate dance between monarch and subject, as Elizabeth's expression shifted from interest to annoyance before finally settling into a mask of polite curiosity. The courtiers around you seemed aware that they were on thin ice, their words chosen with care lest they incur her wrath or, worse still, fail to impress. And yet, amidst all this politeness and posturing, the elaborate gestures, the carefully crafted phrases, and the measured tones, there was something else going on. Something more mundane, perhaps even ordinary, but no less intriguing for its very ordinariness. You found yourself wondering, what would it be like to sit at one of these tables, surrounded by all this splendor and ceremony? What would you eat, smell, taste? You took a step closer to the table, your eyes scanning the spread before you. There were dishes heaped high with cold meats, venison, beef, and perhaps some salted fish for good measure, alongside great platters of cheese that looked almost as old as the castle itself. And at the center of it all, a massive dish of what appeared to be porridge, steaming hot from the kitchen fires. You noticed Elizabeth's eyes flick towards you, her gaze lingering on your face before moving back to the courtier who was still speaking. You felt a shiver run down your spine as she nodded almost imperceptibly and turned to her lady-in-waiting, whispering something in her ear that made the poor woman jump. It wasn't just the monarch's presence, of course. It was the entire atmosphere, the weight of history, the press of expectation, the faint tang of nervousness that seemed to cling to every courtier like a shroud. You breathed it all in, the scent of fresh bread, the smell of roasting meat, and the faint tang of sweat beneath the perfume. As you watched, Elizabeth's lady-in-waiting scurried off towards the kitchens, no doubt to check on the state of breakfast preparations. The queen turned back to her courtier, a small smile playing on her lips as she leaned forward ever so slightly in her chair. You found yourself wondering what it would be like to serve at this table. The pressure to keep up appearances, the need to anticipate every possible move before making one's own, and the constant awareness of being watched. And yet, amidst all this intensity, there was something almost ordinary about Elizabeth herself. A sense that beneath the trappings of power, the gowns, the jewels, and the careful artifice, lay a woman with her own daily struggles and concerns. As you pondered these thoughts, your gaze drifted to the side table where a group of ladies in waiting were gathered around a small basin of water. They were scrubbing at their teeth with twigs dipped in a mixture of ground pumice stone and baking soda. An odd sight, perhaps, but one that spoke volumes about daily life at court. You watched as they worked, the gentle lapping of the water against the sides of the basin creating a soothing melody that seemed almost at odds with the tension that hung in the air. It was a small moment, easily overlooked amidst all the grandeur and ceremony, but it told you something fundamental about daily life within these castle walls. The women worked in silence, their faces set in determined lines as they scrubbed away at the remnants of last night's dinner on their teeth. You noticed that some wore loose-fitting clothes with a long piece of cloth wrapped around their necks to protect them from splashes, an odd sight perhaps, but one that spoke volumes about practicality amidst opulence. As you watched, Elizabeth rose from her chair and began making her way towards the table where breakfast was being served. Her courtiers parted before her like a sea of respect, each taking care not to step in front of their monarch as she made her way through the crowds. The women at the side table paused for an instant, watching as Elizabeth approached. And then, with a small nod from one of them, perhaps a lady-in-waiting or a courtier's wife, they returned to their task, scrubbing away at their teeth in steady silence. You found yourself wondering what it would be like to take part in such a scene. The gentle lapping of water against metal sides, the soft scratching of twigs on teeth, and the quiet conversation that seemed to go hand in hand with any mundane activity. The atmosphere was almost ordinary, as if nothing more than daily life itself had taken center stage. And yet, amidst all this ordinariness lay something else, a sense of detachment, perhaps even disconnection from the grand events unfolding around them. It was as if these women were caught in two worlds at once, one where they played their roles with precision and care, and another where they simply existed, focused on daily tasks that needed doing. As you pondered this thought, Elizabeth took her place at the head of the table, a large bowl of steaming porridge set before her. She looked around the room, her eyes meeting those of each courtier in turn, a calculated move perhaps, but one that seemed to carry an air of genuine warmth. You found yourself wondering what it would be like to sit at this table. The gentle clinking of spoons against bowls, the soft murmur of conversation carried on by autumnal breezes through the castle courtyards outside. The atmosphere was almost peaceful, as if time itself had slowed down amidst all this opulence and ceremony. As Elizabeth took her first bite of porridge, you noticed that the room seemed to grow quieter still. Conversation ceased altogether, with each courtier watching their monarch as she ate in steady silence. It was a moment that spoke volumes about the weight of expectation, a sense that even when eating one's breakfast, there were always those around who watched and waited. The women at the side table finished scrubbing their teeth and rinsed their faces, the water splashing against the sides of the basin creating a gentle melody. You found yourself wondering what it would be like to take part in such an activity. The soft lapping of water against metal sides, the quiet conversation that seemed to go hand in hand with any mundane task. As Elizabeth continued eating her porridge, each bite taken with deliberate slowness as if savoring every moment, you couldn't help but feel a sense of detachment. It was as if she existed in two worlds at once, one where she played the role of monarch and another where she simply ate breakfast like anyone else. You looked around the room, taking in the faces of each courtier in turn. They seemed lost in their own thoughts, some watching Elizabeth with rapt attention, while others checked their reflections in small mirrors propped against nearby candles or examined the folds of their gowns for imperfections. As you watched, a young servant appeared at your elbow, holding out a steaming bowl and a spoon. "Breakfast, my lord," he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if not wanting to disturb the quiet atmosphere that had fallen over the room. You nodded, taking the bowl from him, and began eating in steady silence. The porridge was hot and comforting on your tongue, a perfect antidote to the chill of the stone floor beneath your feet just moments before. As you ate, Elizabeth finished her breakfast and stood up, smoothing out her gown with practiced ease. Her courtiers parted before her like a sea of respect as she made her way towards the door at the far end of the room, no doubt off to some grand event or ceremony that would keep them all in suspense for hours to come. The women at the side table began packing up their belongings, while others started making their way towards the tables where breakfast was being served. The atmosphere was almost ordinary now, as if nothing more than daily life itself had taken center stage once again. You took another bite of your porridge, savoring the flavors and textures on your tongue. And in that fleeting instant, amidst all this bustling activity and gentle hum of conversation carried on autumnal breezes through castle courtyards, when all seemed so very ordinary yet utterly vital at once, you found yourself wondering, just how would they feel about their daily task ahead? As you settled into your chamber, surrounded by the soft murmur of evening prayers and the occasional creak of wooden floorboards beneath the feet of servants scurrying about their duties, you couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet anticipation wash over you. The day's activities had been many, from attending to matters of state in the grand throne room to participating in a leisurely game of chess with one of your advisors, and now it was time for the most mundane yet essential task of all, using the chamber pot while lying down. The gentle rustle of silks and velvets as you adjusted your bedding, the soft lapping of the fire's flames against the stone hearth, created a soothing ambience that seemed to envelop you in its tranquility. Outside, a faint breeze carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves through the castle's courtyards, a reminder that autumn was slowly giving way to winter. You lay back onto your pillow, feeling the softness give beneath your head as you settled into this quiet moment. A servant had thoughtfully placed a small candle on the bedside table, casting a warm golden glow over the room and illuminating the intricate patterns woven into the bed's hangings. The flickering flame danced in time with the gentle crackle of the fire, creating an almost hypnotic rhythm that seemed to lull even the most restless of minds. As you closed your eyes, the world outside began to recede, the hum of conversation from the great hall, the clinking of silverware against plates in the dining room, all grew fainter until it was as if you were drifting on a gentle stream carried along by its soothing current. Your thoughts turned to the task ahead, and with them came memories of countless nights spent lying abed, trying to avoid using that dreaded chamber pot while simultaneously pretending it wasn't there. You remembered the whispered conversations between servants, huddled in corners, their faces serious as they discussed everything from last night's dinner menu to whose turn it was to take on the thankless task. The way they'd glance around nervously before bursting into giggles at some private joke or another, the knowing smiles exchanged by those who'd managed to perfect the art of doing one's business without getting up. It all seemed so ordinary yet utterly vital at once, this delicate dance between convenience and decorum, where even the most basic bodily functions required a degree of ceremony. You wondered if Queen Elizabeth I herself ever felt the weight of these daily tasks, or whether she too had learned to navigate them with the same studied nonchalance as her attendants. As you drifted deeper into your reverie, sounds began to seep back in, the soft whisper of pages turning from a nearby book, the distant creaking of wooden beams beneath the weight of old stone. Outside, night was slowly falling, casting long shadows across the castle's courtyards and illuminating the intricate patterns etched into its walls. You thought about the chamber pot itself, the unassuming vessel that sat silently in one corner of your room, waiting for you to acknowledge it with a nod or a whispered apology. Its porcelain surface gleamed softly in the candlelight, reflecting the flickering shadows cast by the flame and creating an almost surreal sense of calm. And yet, despite its tranquil appearance, the chamber pot was a constant reminder that even in this most private of spaces, there lurked a certain awkwardness, a hesitant dance between indulgence and propriety. You recalled the whispers among servants about whose turn it was to clean the thing, how some preferred using a linen cloth while others swore by a sturdy brush dipped in vinegar. The details swirled around you like autumn leaves on an updraft, carrying with them memories of countless nights spent trying to avoid this very task, lying abed, listening for the telltale sound of servants approaching with hot water and scented soap, cringing at the thought of being caught mid-activity by some unsuspecting visitor. It was a never-ending cycle, one that seemed both trivial and essential all at once. As you lay there, surrounded by these quiet sounds and flickering shadows, it struck you how little had changed over time. Even in this grand, majestic castle, the queen herself couldn't escape the mundane routines of daily life. The candle's flame danced lower now, casting long fingers across your bed as darkness crept closer. You felt yourself drifting further away from the world beyond these walls, towards a place where the cares and worries of state were left behind in favor of simpler concerns, like finding just the right position to avoid that dreaded chamber pot while lying down. As you surrendered to the gentle pull of sleep, it seemed almost natural, as if your body had been trained from birth to respond to these soft whispers of quiet sounds and flickering shadows. Your thoughts grew indistinct, a jumbled mix of memories and sensations that blended together like autumn leaves on an updraft. And in this liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, you felt the weight of daily life's mundane routines settle upon you, not as something to be endured or conquered, but as an integral part of your being. Even the chamber pot, once a source of such anxiety and embarrassment, seemed transformed, no longer a reminder of limitations and awkwardness, but rather a gentle companion in this never-ending dance between indulgence and propriety. As you slipped further into slumber, it was almost comforting, like knowing that even on your most turbulent days ahead, there would always be the quiet solace of routine to fall back upon. The darkness deepened around you. Shadows grew long and sinuous as candlelight's last embers faded away. And in this soft, enveloping night, surrounded by whispers of servants and flickering shadows cast across castle walls, where everyday worries blended together like autumn leaves on an updraft. As you drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle lapping of moat water against the castle walls and the soft rustle of leaves on the wind, you couldn't help but ponder the peculiarities of life in Queen Elizabeth I's court. In this rarefied world where politics, power, and perfumery collided, one would think that a monarch such as she might prioritize cleanliness above all else. After all, with great wealth comes great opportunity for indulgence, and among those opportunities is certainly the chance to bathe regularly. But alas, you are not in Elizabeth's shoes, or should I say gloves. As you lie here in your own bed, surrounded by the comforting familiarity of your own life, you can only imagine what it might be like to live as one of the most powerful women in Europe during this tumultuous time. You're about to find out. You begin to explore the castle's bathing facilities, a labyrinthine series of rooms and corridors that would make even the most seasoned traveler feel lost. As you wander through these dimly lit passages, your footsteps echo off stone walls, sending faint shivers through the air. The scent of dampness clings to everything. It's as if the very fabric of the castle has absorbed the moisture from countless wash basins and tubs. As a member of Elizabeth's court, you'd be privileged enough to use one of these bathing facilities, but don't expect too much luxury. You'll likely bathe in a shallow wooden tub filled with lukewarm water, drawn directly from the moat itself, the idea being that the River Thames is somehow purified by its passage through London. This water would be scalding to your skin at first, but after it's been allowed to cool for a while, usually under a nearby window or near a drafty door, you might find yourself wading into the lukewarm depths with a sigh of relief. But here's where things get complicated. You see, bathing wasn't exactly encouraged among the upper classes back then. In fact, it was often seen as rather déclassé, or at least that's what the fashionable set would have you believe. Elizabeth herself bathed rarely. Rumor has it not more than twice a year during her reign. When she did decide to indulge, it usually meant an entire day devoted to scrubbing and rinsing under strict supervision. Supervision being key, bathing was and still is considered a serious business in royal circles. A lady-in-waiting or two would be on hand to assist with the process, helping you into your tub, washing your hair, and generally ensuring that no one gets too comfortable. The air would grow thick with steam as the ladies scrubbed away at various parts of your anatomy, while simultaneously trying not to giggle at the absurdity it all represents. As for what they'd use on you, well, let's just say perfume isn't exactly the right word here. More like introduction agents. You see, during Elizabeth's reign, people relied heavily upon herbal concoctions and perfumes made from crushed flowers or plant extracts to mask any natural odors. But even these would often do little more than temporarily overpower your own scent with something else altogether, resulting in an olfactory experience akin to walking through a perfume shop on market day. And don't even get me started on the state of their skin after all this scrubbing and rinsing. It's said that Elizabeth herself was infamous for her rough, scaly complexion, think elephant hide crossed with dry winter air, although it might be argued that she just never bothered to moisturize. Moisturizing being a concept barely known in those times. You can't help but wonder what you'd do if faced with such an unappealing prospect yourself. Would you brave the stench of stale water and old perfumes, all for the sake of looking presentable at court? Or would you succumb to the comfort of a good soak, complete with warm towels, soft music, and maybe even some gentle scrubbing by the hand of a kind stranger? As you ponder this eternal question and your eyelids grow heavier, it's almost as if you can hear the sound of servants moving quietly through the castle corridors, their footsteps muffled on soft rugs or polished wood floors, their whispered conversations carried away on drafts that seem to hold secrets in every sigh. You feel a gentle tug, like an unseen hand guiding your thoughts toward some hidden truth. In this dimly lit world where bathing was an ordeal rather than a pleasure, and you're nothing more than a hypothetical member of Elizabeth's court trying to make sense of it all, even the simplest things become fascinating puzzles waiting to be solved. Like how one managed not to get too stinky, despite being surrounded by people who bathed as rarely as possible. The wind outside picks up slightly, rustling through bare branches like skeletal fingers on a cold winter's night. You can almost imagine yourself standing there, hand outstretched toward the darkness, feeling the faint chill of the air on your fingertips before retreating back into the relative warmth of the castle walls. As you settle deeper into this reverie and your breathing grows slower, it occurs to me that perhaps we've gotten a little too caught up in the nitty-gritty details. After all, who really bathed when and with what is almost beside the point? It's the attitude toward cleanliness or lack thereof that truly matters. In an era where personal hygiene was far from prioritized, and yet somehow managed to be even more fascinating than our own, you can't help but wonder if it's not the same today. Are we simply better at hiding the stench of life beneath layers of perfume and polite conversation? Do we still treat bathing as a necessary evil, rather than an indulgence worthy of enjoyment? As your thoughts wander through these winding corridors and the sounds outside grow softer, I'll leave you with one final observation. It seems that in this strange dance between cleanliness and stench, where Elizabeth's courtiers tiptoed along the fine line between fresh and foul, perhaps we're not so different after all. For as you drift off to sleep, lulled by the gentle lapping of moat water against the castle walls, and the soft rustle of leaves on an autumn breeze, I'm left wondering what's changed. What stayed the same in our own daily lives when it comes down to it about personal hygiene and its importance? The darkness outside closes in like a slow-moving tide. You feel your eyelids grow heavier still until at last they surrender entirely. As you drift off to sleep, your eyelids grow heavier still until at last they surrender entirely, and your gaze settles upon the rough-hewn beams of the wooden ceiling above, their weathered surfaces worn smooth by generations of gentle use. The soft creaking of the old house as it settles into its slumber is like a lullaby, a soothing accompaniment to the quiet rustling of bedclothes and the occasional distant hoot of an owl outside. You feel yourself becoming one with the mattress beneath you, sinking slowly into its yielding fabric as if being absorbed by some great dark sponge. The straw within it stirs softly, releasing wisps of a musty scent that hangs in the air like a faint promise of decay. It's not unpleasant, exactly, merely another reminder that this is how people lived long ago. You are lying on one such mattress now, or rather, you would be if you were actually there. Your body would feel the straw poking through the fabric at intervals, each little spike a gentle rebuke to your attempts to relax completely. But for now, in the realm of dreams, all is peaceful and yet. You remember hearing stories about the humble mattresses of old England. How they were made from twisted strands of straw bound together with rough cord or twine, providing just enough support for a good night's sleep without being too comfortable to be lazy. The straw itself was often dry and brittle, prone to shifting under one's weight like sand on a beach at low tide. And yet, you recall your history lessons about the early 17th century, specifically the reign of Queen Elizabeth I. A time of great change in England, when the once mighty Tudor dynasty was slowly unraveling its threads and succumbing to the inexorable pull of the modern era. It's said that on many a night you might have lain awake listening to the creaks and groans of your mattress as it protested being used yet again. You are there now, lying in bed with the Queen herself, not literally, of course, what an absurd notion, but in spirit if not in fact. You feel her presence hovering nearby, a queenly aura that permeates every corner of this modest chamber. But for all its grandeur, the room itself is surprisingly plain. Whitewashed walls adorned with few ornaments beyond the occasional portrait or gilded frame. Floors polished to a soft sheen by generations of diligent servants. In contrast, your own bed, if you were actually there, would be far less imposing. A simple pallet supported on wooden slats and covered in coarse linens that might feel like sandpaper against sensitive skin. No feather beds or plush comforters for these humble folk, just the bare necessities to ensure a decent night's rest. As you drift deeper into sleep, the sounds of the house grow softer still, the creaking beams now mere whispers of their former selves. The wind stirs outside, rustling leaves and sending tiny tremors through the windows as it searches for some way in. You feel its gentle caress on your skin, a soothing balm that seems to seep into your very pores. But even here, where all is calm and peaceful, you begin to notice something, an underlying odor that clings to every surface like an unwelcome mist. The scent of damp earth and decaying straw mingles with the faint tang of wood smoke carried on the breeze from some distant chimney. It's not unpleasant in itself, though perhaps a trifle rank for modern tastes, but rather serves as a poignant reminder of just how far removed this humble abode is from our own tidy, climate-controlled world. You find yourself reflecting on the tiny details that make life so, well, ordinary, the way your mattress might sag over time, the faint scent of mildew creeping into every corner. It's not exactly thrilling stuff, and yet, but there's something strangely soothing in contemplating these small hardships from afar. As you continue to drift off to sleep, the room around you begins to fade away like a watercolor painting left too long in direct sunlight. The walls grow paler, the shadows deepening into an almost but not quite darkness that seems to reverberate with its own peculiar energy. Your body relaxes further still, sinking deeper into the straw mattress as if it's trying to merge with some great dark void. You feel a sense of separation growing between your sleeping self and the world outside, not in a dramatic or unsettling way, though perhaps there is something faintly surreal about being suspended thus, but rather like drifting away from a shore one has long called home. It's as if you've finally reached that point where dreams begin to bleed into reality, dissolving all boundaries between past and present, until even the most mundane events take on an almost mythical quality. And so, you continue your gentle downward slide towards sleep, or rather, deeper into the realm of dreams, where history blends with fantasy in a delicious stew of forgotten memories. The Queen's court is there waiting for you, if only as a dimly remembered echo, surrounded by dusty portraits and cobweb-shrouded tapestries that whisper secrets to the wind. The world outside recedes further still, until it seems almost but not quite silent. As you stand still for a moment, listening to the soft rustle of pages turning in the nearby library, and the muffled hum of conversation carried through the walls from the next room, it seems almost but not quite silent. The gentle lapping of water against the shore outside creeps into your awareness like a whisper, reminding you that even in stillness, there is always some faint movement happening just out of sight. You take a slow breath in, feeling the cool evening air fill your lungs as the scent of old books and dust wafts past. Your eyes wander to the fireplace across the room, where the embers from last night's fire have reduced to a smoldering pile that seems to be slowly exhaling its final sighs into the darkness. The flickering shadows cast by the dying flames dance upon the walls like dark, capricious spirits trying to find their way out of the cold. As you watch, one shadow in particular begins to stretch and yawn, as if awakened from a long slumber, and with it comes a memory. Queen Elizabeth I walking into her chambers, accompanied by the soft rustle of silks and velvets. The air was thick with incense and perfumes that day, or at least they were supposed to be, but beneath them all lay a pungent scent that clings to those who lived in such close proximity: sweat. You recall walking through some old manor's corridors once upon a time, the sound of your footsteps echoing off the stone walls as you tried not to get too close to anyone. People moved cautiously around each other back then. They had to, but it was hard to avoid touching shoulders or brushing against someone in those narrow passageways. Elizabeth I would have known all about this, how every step echoed through her castle, announcing your arrival like a herald, the way people stood stiffly as you passed by, their faces frozen into polite smiles that hid who knew what emotions beneath. They'd curtsy or bow low according to station and inclination, but often in those moments before they composed themselves fully, you could catch glimpses of their true selves, worried eyes darting around for an escape route, lips pursed in disapproval. As she moved through her chambers that day, the Queen's entourage followed closely behind. They moved like a single entity, each person subtly adjusting to maintain just the right distance between them, not too close lest they be seen as overly familiar or presumptuous, not too far away either, where one might be perceived as uninterested in Her Majesty's affairs. Elizabeth I navigated this delicate dance with ease. She had spent years mastering it, balancing power and favor, manipulating relationships to get what she needed from each person while simultaneously maintaining an air of aloofness that kept everyone guessing. You can almost hear the soft murmur of whispers exchanged among them as they accompanied her, a language all its own. They would be talking about you now, or rather, your various attributes. The cut of your clothes, whether your voice was pleasant to listen to, you had heard some people find it agreeable, and how your very presence affected the atmosphere. Every movement counted, every choice reflected on you. Even in repose, they observed. Speaking of repose, as I recall, Elizabeth I would often take long naps during the day, a habit she shared with many other members of her court. They'd curl up like cats on soft cushions or slumbering stools, surrounded by candles and silken drapes that filtered in just enough light to keep them company without disturbing anyone else. You might find yourself slipping into such reveries now too, the warm sun on your face, a gentle breeze rustling through open windows carrying scents of nearby gardens. Your eyelids grow heavy as you ponder what it must have been like for Elizabeth I, all that scrutiny and calculation, but also moments of pure relaxation in which she could forget her duties and simply be. In those quiet hours before the evening's stirrings began, one might catch a glimpse into another side of life at court. Beyond the high stakes and grand gestures lay tiny rituals. Small customs evolved to manage these delicate social situations, like how often you curtsied or when it was appropriate to use your title or not. People developed finely tuned antennae for picking up on these cues. Take, for example, the intricacies of greeting each other with Your Majesty. One misstep and someone's reputation could take a hit. Not that anyone would admit as much. No, in those days you kept such thoughts private even to yourself. Greeting Elizabeth I was an art form all its own. How low or deep should one bow? When exactly did it become acceptable to rise and face the Queen directly again? Too soon and you risked appearing sycophantic. Too late and there'd be talk of your disrespect. Each interaction required a delicate balance between showing deference and maintaining independence. You've probably experienced something similar in your own social interactions, those awkward moments when someone misreads the cues or takes things too far, leaving everyone else scrambling to adjust course without drawing attention to it all over again. Now, as I continue walking through this quiet space with you, let's imagine a typical day for Elizabeth I. We're not looking at grand events, we're inquiring into something more mundane. What did she eat? How often did her clothes get changed and why? These questions help us better understand the rhythms of life during that time. It was a slow, deliberate world then. Nothing moved quickly unless it absolutely had to. Meals were carefully planned out days ahead, each course meticulously prepared by dozens of cooks in the castle kitchens below. The royal table would be set with an array of dishes, stews made from rich game meats like venison or wild boar, intricate pastries filled with sweet fruits and nuts. The Queen's meals often featured an abundance of fish, salmon, trout, pike, as well as various types of shellfish for added variety. She'd have them served fresh when possible, if that meant sending out hunting parties to catch the day's dinner, or preserved in a mixture of spices and salt if they couldn't be consumed immediately. Her clothes changed frequently, sometimes multiple times within one 24-hour period, depending on her activities. When attending church services or holding official meetings with foreign dignitaries, she dressed more formally, layers upon layers of velvet, satin, or silk under her cloak, to create an impressive silhouette in the mirrors that lined palace corridors. In contrast, at home, especially during private gatherings like those Elizabeth I would host for close friends and advisors, things were a bit less formal. The Queen might change into something lighter, perhaps fine linen and a loose-fitting overdress suitable for lounging around her chambers while discussing matters of state or reading letters from abroad. The day's attire also reflected the activities planned, or those already accomplished earlier that morning, depending on what time you entered her presence. If Elizabeth I had been out riding that morning, she'd have changed into something more practical, a hunting dress with long sleeves to protect against branches and cold wind, breeches for comfort while in the saddle. When indoors, though, there's an interesting trade-off at play here, one that would make your daily routine look surprisingly different from Elizabeth I's. The main concern wasn't what she wore underneath, though there were layers. It was ensuring her outer garments fit correctly and made a suitable impression on others. Those gowns she prized so highly, Part of the reason they seemed so majestic is because, beneath them all, people like Elizabeth I had to stuff themselves into tight corsets. Now this might seem an unusual thing to dwell upon, after all. Who doesn't love wearing clothes that make us feel confident and put together in front of others? But there's a small problem. Those corsets didn't just help maintain posture, they also made it difficult for anyone wearing them to breathe properly. Imagine how the pressure felt as you moved through your day, always on edge, always conscious of being watched. For Elizabeth I, each new outfit brought its own set of discomforts and considerations. Tight laces digging into her waistline after hours of wear, constant adjustments needed throughout meals or whenever she got up from a chair, even when merely sitting for an extended period, like during those long naps we mentioned earlier, it could get rather tight. It was not uncommon, either, to hear about people experiencing gallstones due to these corsets, stones that formed in the gallbladder as a direct result of being squished between layers upon layers of fabric and whalebone or steel. Elizabeth I would have known this all too well. It's likely she'd faced her own share of discomforts, possibly even pain. Oh, and yet, despite everything we might imagine about daily life under such pressure, or perhaps because of those very constraints, the clothes themselves took on an extraordinary significance within Queen Elizabeth's world. The weight and intricacy of each gown became an extension of her personality, a declaration to others and herself that she was still, in every sense, a force to be reckoned with. As our minds wander through these dusty corridors, try imagining walking alongside Elizabeth I as she navigated yet another day's events, each step measured carefully, like the delicate dance we discussed earlier. We're not watching her attend grand ceremonies or make historic speeches. Instead, it's everyday moments that catch our attention. How often did she brush her teeth? With a mixture of salt and baking soda, what kind of soap used for bathing? Maybe rosewater infused, which had its own set of drawbacks. In those quiet hours as the day unwinds, sometimes Elizabeth I would pause by an open window to catch some fresh air, listening carefully to sounds carried from outside. Perhaps she'd hear birds singing softly in a nearby garden, children playing somewhere within earshot, or a dog barking lazily beneath someone's bed. The world beyond her palace walls seemed distant then, almost another country altogether. As the night wears on and we continue our stroll through this quiet space, let's consider those shadows cast by flickering flames earlier. They now seem to stretch further out, creeping across floors like tentative explorers mapping new territories. Your eyelids grow heavier with every step. It becomes increasingly difficult not to drift off into daydreams about Elizabeth I and her life at court. You find yourself thinking about how the world has changed, perhaps more than you ever realized. What does a normal day look like now? Do people still wear corsets, or have we found better ways to balance fashion with comfort? How often do we take a moment to appreciate those little things that add up in daily life? These are questions for another time. Our journey here today concerns the past, and specifically how Elizabeth I navigated its complexities. We've walked through many rooms within her palace, pausing at key moments, meals eaten under scrutiny, clothes changed with calculated precision, quiet hours spent listening to distant sounds carried on the wind. As you settle into this dimly lit space, allow yourself a moment or two more of wandering alongside Elizabeth I, not as queen, but simply another person trying to navigate life's intricacies. Let her example guide your own thoughts about balance and trade-offs in daily routine. What do we sacrifice for beauty, status, comfort? How much are those sacrifices worth? Your eyelids grow heavier still. It may be time to let go of this walk through history now, but I encourage you not yet to surrender fully into sleep. Allow yourself a few final moments of reflection on Elizabeth I's life and the strange rituals surrounding her presence at court. Let these images linger in your mind: tight corsets, layered silks, perfumed incense, quiet hours spent listening for distant sounds carried by wind through palace windows. As you stand in the servants' quarters, the soft murmur of hushed conversations envelops you like a warm blanket on a chilly evening. The flickering candles cast long shadows across the walls, making it seem as though the very air itself is whispering secrets to those who linger nearby. You breathe in deeply, and the scent of baking bread wafts through your nostrils, mingling with the faint tang of smoke from last night's fires. In this tranquil atmosphere, palace gossip spreads like a slow-moving fog, seeping into every corner of conversation. Servants gather around the great hearth, their faces illuminated by the golden glow of candles and firelight as they share tales of the royal family's latest exploits. Their voices are hushed, but not quite stealthy enough to avoid carrying on the wind through open windows. You listen intently as a young maid named Agnes leans in close to an older woman, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you hear that Her Majesty has taken up with another new perfume?" she asks, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The other servants lean in, their faces aglow with interest, as they await the details of this latest development. As Agnes recounts the story, how Queen Elizabeth I has been seen applying a pungent mixture to her pulse points during private audiences, and how its scent lingers long after she's departed, you find yourself wondering what this new perfume might be like. Is it perhaps a heady blend of rose petals and lavender? Or maybe something more exotic with notes of musk and amber? The whispers continue as the servants dissect every aspect of the Queen's daily life, from her favorite foods to her most treasured possessions. You learn that Her Majesty favors dishes such as frumenty, a thick porridge made from wheat and milk, but only if it's served in delicate silver cups, and that she has a weakness for rare books on alchemy, which are often hidden away in secret compartments within the palace walls. As you absorb these snippets of information, your attention begins to wander. You notice the way the candlelight casts intricate patterns across the stone floor, like tiny constellations shining down from above. The shadows seem to grow longer and darker as night deepens outside, but within this warm sanctuary of gossip and camaraderie, time itself appears to slow. The air is filled with the gentle hum of conversation, punctuated by the occasional clinking of cups or plates being set aside on nearby tables. It's a soothing melody that ebbs and flows like a quiet brook, meandering through a sun-dappled forest glade. You feel your eyelids growing heavier as you listen to this soft symphony, but for now they remain at half-mast, suspended in the haze of relaxation. In one corner of the room, a young page named Thomas is absorbed in polishing a silver goblet with an intricate lace-trimmed cloth. His fingers move deftly over the surface, buffing away tiny imperfections until it shines like new. You watch as he holds up his handiwork for approval from an older servant, who nods and smiles before handing him another item to polish. As you observe Thomas's careful workmanship, your mind begins to wander back to Agnes and her tales of the Queen's latest obsession, this mysterious perfume that has everyone abuzz. You wonder if it might be a harbinger of some grand event or ceremony, one in which Her Majesty will showcase its pungent scent for all to behold. But such speculation is quickly dispelled by the gentle breeze rustling through open windows. Outside, the wind stirs up whispers of its own, carrying on its breath hints of rain and damp earth, reminders that even within this sheltered sanctuary, nature's rhythms continue unabated. You breathe in deeply once more, feeling the scents mingle with those you've already absorbed: baking bread, perfumed incense, frumenty. As night deepens outside, casting an ever deeper shadow across the room, conversation begins to wane. Servants start clearing tables and extinguishing candles, their footsteps creaking on the wooden floorboards as they make ready for bed. You feel a yawn rising in your throat, threatening to break the spell of relaxation that has claimed you. With each passing moment, the whispers grow softer still, until it's just Agnes, lost in thought by the hearth, who murmurs something about needing more candles and another blanket before she retires for the night. The last candle on the great table flickers out with a soft sigh, plunging the room into near darkness. In this dimly lit space, where shadows dance across walls like spectral apparitions, you find yourself lulled by the soothing sounds of the servants' quarters. Creaks and groans from old wooden floorboards, distant hooting of owls outside, the gentle hum of slumbering bodies. Your eyelids grow heavy once more as the soft darkness closes in around you. And with one final thought that even within this sanctuary, whispers and secrets spread like wildfire through the palace walls, fueled by rumor and speculation, but tempered by an air of quiet camaraderie, your thoughts fade into slumber, lost among the shadows cast by flickering candles long extinguished. As you settle into slumber, the whispers and secrets that had been spreading through the palace walls like a gentle mist begin to dissipate, carried off by the soft breeze that stirs the candles' spent wicks, leaving behind only the faint scent of wax and smoke. The shadows cast by those extinguished flames seem to grow longer still, as if trying to stretch out their dying embers into the darkening hours. In your room, too, the light is fading, a gentle diminishment that comes with each passing moment, like the ebbing tide on a quiet evening. You are lying there now, surrounded by the soft rustle of sheets and blankets, the gentle creaking of wooden floorboards beneath your bed's runners, and the occasional faint hum of a servant's footsteps outside in the corridor. It is a sound you've grown accustomed to over time, a steady heartbeat that punctuates the stillness of the night, reminding you that there are others awake beyond your own small world. You think back on the events of this day, replaying them like a dreamer reliving their nocturnal wanderings, the court's daily round of ceremonies and appointments, the intricate dance of protocol and diplomacy as ambassadors from foreign lands made their bows and curtsies before Her Majesty, the stifling heat of the palace kitchens, where cooks labored over bubbling cauldrons of meat broth and stewed eel. And at the center of it all, ever the unyielding matriarch, Queen Elizabeth herself, a force as changeable as the wind that rustles through the castle's corridors, yet always steadfast in her own fixed purposes. As you drift further into sleep, your mind begins to wander down pathways both familiar and forgotten. You recall the day's meals, eaten at irregular hours amidst the demands of state and ceremony, perhaps a mid-morning repast of bread trenchers filled with cold meat and pickled fruit washed down with small cups of ale or wine, or later in the afternoon when hunger pangs coincided with royal duties, a hastily devoured collation of leftovers from earlier meals. And always present at these tables, always hovering just beyond the edge of perception, was that distinctive scent, an accumulation of sweat and powder, perfume and pomade, all vying for dominance within the close confines of Her Majesty's person. Now your thoughts begin to turn inward, as the shadows cast by candles long extinguished start to coalesce into the darker recesses of your own room. You think about making your bed, a ritual that is both soothing and tedious at once, like the gentle rocking motion of a cradle on a summer breeze. The task requires attention to detail, smoothing out wrinkles in the sheets, plumping up pillows to their precise angle of repose, drawing back blankets with just so much precision as not to crease or rumple them further. It is an exercise in futility, really, for no sooner are you done than some new wrinkle appears, like a tiny miracle that defies all your best efforts. You lie there now, surrounded by the quiet of night and the half-remembered sense of day, the pungency of fresh herbs from the kitchen gardens, the dusty aroma of old books in the palace library, or perhaps, if you're lucky, the faint tang of salt sea air carried on the breeze through open windows. These are the smells that seep into your dreams, like tiny whispers spoken just beneath the threshold of waking consciousness. In this half-world between sleep and wakefulness, time itself begins to warp and bend. Memories from years past reassert themselves with a clarity you'd almost forgotten, as vivid as yesterday's sun-drenched gardens or last night's full moon overhead. Her Majesty strolling through the palace courtyards on some long-forgotten morning. Courtiers whispered conversations in darkened corridors. Even snippets of songs sung around campfires during military campaigns long past. All these and more float to the surface, suspended like ripples on a pond, as your mind drifts further into the realms of slumber. Your thoughts settle back onto making that bed an endless task, it seems, when viewed from this twilight realm where time loses all meaning. You picture yourself rising slowly, stretching out limbs stiffened by sleep, padding across creaking floorboards to the bedside, running your hands over rumpled sheets and smooth blankets in a ritualistic gesture both soothing and futile. It is an action suspended between waking life's purposeful strides and dreamland's ambling wanderings, lost forever within that liminal zone where day dissolves into night, and one becomes indistinguishable from the other. In this state of suspended animation, even your breathing slows to match the ebb and flow of palace activity outside. You breathe in sync with the rhythm of servants moving about their duties, or perhaps you find yourself caught up in a strange empathy with Her Majesty herself, her resolute calm in times of turmoil, her patience in moments of decision, or simply that unwavering dedication to duty come what may. And yet, even within this tranquil reverie, whispers and secrets continue to seep into your mind like an insidious mist. Gossip spreads through the palace walls at a pace both tantalizing and maddening, fueled by rumor and speculation, tempered only by the quiet camaraderie of shared experience among those who dwell within these hallowed halls. As you drift deeper still into slumber's gentle hold, your thoughts begin to lose all cohesion. Like wisps of smoke carried on a summer breeze, memories fade away, scenes from court ceremonies, whispers in dark corridors, even the faint scent of Queen Elizabeth's perfume, wafting like an unspoken message through the shadows cast by candles long extinguished. Time itself begins to blur and warp, past, present, future merging into one indistinguishable whole. You are lost within that vast expanse where days blend seamlessly into nights, where each moment dissolves into its predecessor without leaving a single defining edge or boundary in sight. In this state of suspended animation, even your body starts to relax further still. Muscles loosen, eyelids grow heavy with the weight of accumulated fatigue, and breathing slows to match the ebb and flow of life itself within these palace walls. As you surrender to the siren call of slumber, one final thought that making your bed in a room without much air circulation is rather like attempting to tame a wild animal, both soothingly futile and quietly exhausting. And with this last notion fading into darkness, like the dying embers of candles long extinguished, you slip deeper still into the realms of sleep. As you continue to drift on a sea of slumber, your thoughts meandering like wisps of cloud across a moonlit sky, you find yourself transported once more to the England of Queen Elizabeth I's reign. The year is 1585, and the air is alive with the sweet scent of blooming lavender and the distant tang of smoke from chimneys. You stand in the midst of a bustling market square, surrounded by stalls laden with fresh produce, linens, and exotic spices brought back from far-off lands. The sound of haggling merchants and chattering townspeople fills your ears as you make your way through the crowds, your stomach growling softly at the enticing aromas wafting from nearby food vendors. As you weave past a group of giggling children playing with a ragged ball, their laughter carrying on the gentle breeze like the tinkling of tiny bells, you notice an elderly woman sitting alone on a wooden bench. Her hands are clasped tightly together in her lap, and her eyes seem to hold a world weariness that speaks of countless days spent scrubbing floors, stirring cauldrons, and enduring the trials of life. You approach her slowly, drawn by a curiosity about this quiet soul who seems so lost in thought. As you draw near, she looks up at you with a hint of recognition, but no spark of interest. It's clear that her mind is elsewhere, perhaps even replaying memories from years past like an old woman reciting the same tale to herself on cold winter nights. The market square begins to empty as people disperse for midday meals or other errands. You and this elderly woman are left standing amidst a gathering of discarded trash, scraps of bread, torn linen rags, and broken wooden splinters that once held together some unknown item. A stray cat saunters through the clearing, its fur matted with dirt as it sniffs at the scattered detritus. You watch her gaze settle on the ground before her, where a small chamber pot lies overturned, its contents spilled about like so much water from an overfull bucket. She looks up again, this time more focused, and you sense that something in your presence has stirred her thoughts away from their reverie. "Oh," she says softly to herself, as if trying out the sound of words on a familiar tongue, "chamber pots." You recall now, and it's not exactly clear how or why these memories resurface in slumber. The practice of chamber pots had long been an integral part of life. Rich households like the one Queen Elizabeth I inhabited often used them as makeshift toilets when nature called while indoors. It was considered more refined than using a simple hole in the wall, but still required a steady supply of water and someone to empty the contents. You remember learning about these chamber pots in history lessons long ago, their wooden or porcelain shells adorned with floral patterns, holding a certain charm despite their intended use. Now, however, as you watch this elderly woman's gaze settle on the discarded pot at her feet, it strikes you that perhaps she recalls not just the practice itself, but also its attendant troubles. "Water," she mutters to herself again, "so precious and hard to come by." You recall stories about how those living in Elizabethan England often struggled with access to clean water. In fact, for many, their daily supply might consist of nothing more than stale, murky liquid from a cistern or nearby stream, hardly the pure stuff required for decent hygiene. The elderly woman stands up, her movements stiff and deliberate as if she's been cooped indoors too long. She takes one last look at the discarded pot before tucking it under her arm like a reluctant child clutching its favorite toy. Time to clean, she says firmly to herself, before someone notices I'm slacking off. You follow her through winding streets lined with worn stone buildings and overhanging eaves that cast long shadows on cobblestone paths. As you walk together, the soundscape shifts subtly. Instead of market chatter, now the creaking of wooden doors and distant clinking from nearby kitchens fills your ears. Eventually, she arrives at a small door tucked between two larger buildings, a plain entrance with no distinguishing features except for an iron knocker in the shape of a snarling lion's head. She pushes it open slowly, revealing a narrow stairway that plunges into darkness like a well. As you step inside after her, the air thickens around you, stale and heavy as if trapped within these walls for years on end. You sense an old-world scent clinging to everything, wood polish mixed with smoke from ancient hearths, mingling with the faint tang of dampness that seeps through stone foundations like a slow trickle. Upstairs, she says softly, leading you up the stairs into her own home, is where I clean. The air grows thick and musty as you climb higher. You notice cobwebs clinging to door frames, threads of dust hanging suspended in sunbeams that filter down from small windows like a scattering of gold coins. At last, she reaches a cramped attic space cluttered with old furniture and forgotten belongings, broken toys, tattered books, and faded linen stacked haphazardly. Amidst this chaos lies an enormous wooden tub filled to the brim with water, its surface reflecting light from nearby candles like polished silver on a moonless night. You watch her approach the tub cautiously, eyeing it as if wary of what might be lurking beneath the calm surface. Though you know that's impossible, she's done this task countless times before. She dips a wooden ladle into the water and begins to rinse out an old chamber pot, sending ripples through the bath like stone cast into stillness. The scene settles slowly around her, candlelight casting shadows on walls as the only sound is the gentle lapping of water against wood, punctuated by each heavy dip of the ladle. You sense a deep satisfaction emanating from this simple act, not just cleaning itself, but perhaps something deeper, tending to life's mundane duties, reminding herself and you too that order exists even in chaos. As she scrubs away at stains within the chamber pot, her hands move with a slow deliberation, almost meditative. It reminds you of how easy it is to overlook these quiet moments, scrubbing floors, emptying chamber pots, when swept up by grand events or larger-than-life figures like Queen Elizabeth I herself. The elderly woman finishes rinsing out one pot and sets it aside before moving on to another, her actions becoming almost mechanical, as if she's been doing this same task for hours without respite. Yet with each movement, you sense a quiet peace settle over her, not in spite of the tedium, but perhaps because of its familiarity. As you watch, transfixed by this simple scene unfolding like a living tapestry before your eyes, the world outside begins to fade away. Market chatter, haggling merchants, children's laughter all recede into the distance, as if carried off on the gentle breeze that rustles through leaves in nearby trees. Your own thoughts begin to untangle from their threads of sleepiness, like a snarled rope slowly unwinding. The sounds within this attic space grow louder still. The steady lapping of water, the creaking of wooden tubs as they shift with each movement, until finally you feel your eyelids growing heavy once more. As if sensing this change in mood, the elderly woman glances up from her task and catches sight of you. Her expression softens into a quiet recognition. You, she says softly to herself, or is it to you, as if rediscovering an old friend after many long years apart. In response, your own mind begins to wander once more, but this time not with thoughts of market stalls or royal courts. Instead, your slumbering brain becomes immersed in the simple act before her, scrubbing away at stains within a chamber pot, lost in contemplation like an old friend rediscovering their favorite chair by a warm fire. And as you continue to drift through this quiet scene, lost in its mundane beauty, the world outside full of noise and commotion, grand events and sweeping dramas slowly fades into darkness. As you continue to drift through this quiet scene, lost in its mundane beauty, the world outside full of noise and commotion, grand events and sweeping dramas slowly fades into darkness. The creaking of the wooden floorboards beneath your feet grows softer, a gentle lapping of sound that ebbs and flows like the tide on a summer's day. You are standing in the dimly lit workshop of the royal tailor, surrounded by half-finished garments hung from mannequins or draped over padded forms, their intricate embroidery glinting softly in the fading light. The wind outside stirs, rustling through the leaves of the nearby trees, and causing the panes of glass set high in the windows to rattle ever so slightly. The air inside is thick with the scent of wool, silk, and a hint of lavender, the latter added by you as part of your duty to keep the fabrics fresh and fragrant. Your fingers move automatically, stroking the folds of a fine linen shirt as if smoothing out wrinkles that only exist in your imagination. As the light outside begins its inexorable decline, you find yourself lost in thought. You are the royal tailor tasked with creating garments for Queen Elizabeth I herself, or at least for her doublet-clad form. It's not exactly the most glamorous job in the world, but someone has to do it, and that someone is you. You recall a particular day when the Queen had requested a new gown, one she wanted to wear to a state dinner. You spent hours poring over sketches of patterns, arguing with yourself about which fabric would be best suited for Her Majesty's tastes. Velvet was always safe, but silk could be too. Umvalaji. And then there were the fittings, oh, the endless fittings. You are standing in front of one such mannequin now, a wooden form dressed in an exquisite gown you designed yourself. The fabric catches your eye as you approach it, shimmering like moonlight on water. You run a hand over its intricate folds, remembering how carefully you had to guide Her Majesty through each step of the fitting process, adjusting this seam, tightening that lacing. The memory is one of tiny gestures and minute adjustments, all designed to make Elizabeth look as regal and statuesque as possible. Your fingers move deftly along the hem, tracing the delicate embroidery with a practiced touch. You are so lost in recollection that you barely notice when your gaze drifts out the window, where darkness has finally claimed the world outside. As night deepens, shadows creep across the workshop floor like dark living things. The trees creak and sway in an unseen breeze, their leaves rustling softly against each other. You feel a strange sense of calm wash over you. Perhaps it's because your work is done for the day, or at least, until tomorrow morning. Or maybe it's just the peacefulness that comes with being alone in this dimly lit space. Your thoughts turn to meals past and future, as if drawn by some unseen thread. You think back on dinner conversations from long ago. Queen Elizabeth, I would often speak about her favorite foods. Anchovies were a particular weakness, or the peculiarities of court life. At times, you felt like an invisible fly hovering at the edge of these discussions, listening in but never truly participating. Those memories drift by slowly now, as if borne on some gentle zephyr that carries them out into the night. You remember one particularly memorable dinner party where Elizabeth regaled her guests with tales of her father's court, Henry VIII, the larger-than-life figure who had shaped so much of your life and work. His temper was legendary. You often wondered how anyone could endure his rages without going quite mad. You are no longer at that table now. Instead, you stand alone in this quiet workshop, surrounded by half-finished garments and fading light. Shadows creep across the floorboards like dark water lapping against a shore, a soothing sound that grows louder with each passing moment. The air is filled with scents of wool and lavender, mingling in an ever so pleasant way that calms your mind as much as it invigorates you. You breathe deeply, letting its fragrance fill your lungs like a slow-moving tide. Your thoughts grow hazy now, not quite foggy, but rather softened. As the last wisps of daylight fade from view, you feel a strange sense of peace settle over you. It's not that you're completely content with your life as royal tailor, far from it. But there is something comforting about being alone in this quiet space, surrounded by half-finished garments and memories both fond and fading. Your footsteps grow softer now, if only because they must. The creaking of those wooden floorboards has slowed to almost imperceptible degrees, its sound blending seamlessly with that of the wind outside. You are moving through a world where time itself seems to be slowing down, where every moment stretches out like taffy pulled from a sugar jar. You continue your slow circuit around the workshop, pausing occasionally to examine some detail or other, perhaps adjusting a fold here, smoothing an invisible wrinkle there. Each gesture is automatic now, guided by habits that feel almost second nature. Your gaze drifts toward the back of the room, where you keep a small supply of fabrics and notions on hand for when inspiration strikes, or simply to indulge in some impulse purchase. The shadows are growing longer here, but not as long as they would be outside. This is, after all, an indoor space, one lit by candles or oil lamps rather than those harsh sunlight beams that always seem so demanding. You wander toward the fabric store now, moving through a world where time itself has slowed to almost imperceptible degrees. Each step feels deliberate, not because you're trying to be careful, although it never hurts, but simply because your pace is dictated by some unseen force that moves in tandem with the creaking of those wooden floorboards. Your fingers brush against an edge, sending a faint ripple through its surface like water disturbed at the bottom of a pool. You recognize this particular fabric, or rather, remember how it felt to work with it. Your memories are hazy now, but certain sensations remain sharp as ever. The softness of silk beneath your fingertips, the way velvet might catch in unexpected places. You move along the shelves, running your hand over various surfaces in search of inspiration. Your fingers come to rest on a length of fine linen, smooth and cool against your skin almost. Oh, soothing. Yes, that's it. This fabric feels soothing now, calming somehow in a world where everything else seems so. Your thoughts trail off as you continue exploring the workshop, pausing every now and then to examine some detail or other. Each moment is like a gentle wave lapping at the shore of your mind, not always predictable but always peaceful. In this quiet space, surrounded by half-finished garments and memories both fond and fading, you feel yourself becoming part of something larger than just clothes making, even if that thing remains imprecise in its outlines. You are connected to every seam sewn, each fold pressed into place. Those threads weave a tapestry far more complex than anything one person could ever hope to create alone. As the darkness deepens outside and shadows creep across the workshop floor like dark water lapping at a shore, or perhaps it's just your imagination, you become aware of another sound, almost imperceptible: the quiet ticking of an old clock hanging on the wall. It marks time in fits and starts, its rhythm irregular but somehow fitting for this space. You are lost now in thoughts both past and present. Memories from days gone by mingle with impressions drawn from your current surroundings, or perhaps it's just that everything feels so familiar. Your mind wanders back to times when Elizabeth I would sit at a fitting, her doublet-clad form seeming almost imposing as you worked around her. You remember those hours spent hunched over patterns and fabrics, trying to anticipate the queen's tastes or simply follow them. Those moments passed in a haze of concentration, but also with an awareness that this was your job, creating garments fit for royalty, no matter how odd or demanding their requests might be. As you sat at your work table, surrounded by threads of every hue and texture, your fingers moved with practiced ease over the intricately embroidered fabrics that lay before you. The soft glow of candlelight danced across the room, casting shadows on the walls as it struggled to penetrate the heavy drapery that seemed to absorb all light. Outside, a gentle breeze whispered through the panes, causing the flames to flicker and waver in response. You were accustomed to working by candlelight. Indeed, it was often the only illumination available in the evenings when daylight grew scarce. But on days like this, when Queen Elizabeth I herself would be visiting your workshop to oversee her latest gown, you found yourself growing more than a little anxious. The weight of responsibility settled heavy upon your shoulders. To create something truly fit for royalty, no matter how odious or demanding their requests might be. Your mind wandered back to the previous morning's meeting with Her Majesty's Lady-in-Waiting, who had arrived at dawn bearing an imperiously worded list of specifications for the new gown. The fabric was to be a rich silk brocade, woven in a pattern that would reflect the Queen's own coat of arms. The sleeves were to be fitted tightly to her shoulders, with intricate lace trim adorning their edges, and the hemline must fall exactly 3 inches below the knee, no more, no less. You recalled how you had nodded attentively throughout the briefing, your pen scratching across the parchment as you transcribed every detail onto paper. The lady-in-waiting's tone had been clipped and efficient, but beneath her words you detected a flicker of something almost like annoyance, frustration perhaps. You couldn't quite put your finger on it, but it seemed to lurk just below the surface, waiting to pounce. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, you refocused on the task at hand. Your fingers continued their gentle dance over the fabric as you worked, measuring and cutting with a precision born of long practice. The quiet sounds of your workshop provided a soothing background hum. The soft hiss of threads being pulled through looms, the creaking of wooden frames under tension, and the occasional distant murmur of conversation from the other workstations. As you labored on, the air around you grew thick with the scent of wool and silk, mingling with the faint tang of candle wax. It was a familiar smell, one that transported you instantly back to countless afternoons spent hunched over your work table just like this. Yet today it seemed different. You couldn't quite put your finger on why. Perhaps it was the added weight of expectation bearing down upon you, or maybe simply the knowledge that Her Majesty would soon be walking through these very doors. The hours passed with a quiet slowness, marked only by the soft ticking of clockwork and the occasional rustle as a seamstress shifted her position. Outside, daylight gave way to dusk, the sky deepening into shades of indigo and crimson as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air cooled, carrying with it a hint of evening dew that clung to your skin like a damp mist. Just as you were starting to feel the strain in your neck from leaning forward over your work for what felt like an eternity, a gentle rustling at the doorway announced the arrival of yet another visitor. You looked up bleary-eyed to see one of Her Majesty's footmen standing awkwardly just inside the room. "Ah," he said with an air of formal courtesy, "Her Majesty is running a bit behind schedule, but I'm afraid she still wishes to inspect the progress on the new gown." You nodded, trying not to show your irritation at being kept waiting. The poor man looked as though he'd rather be anywhere else. Indeed, you suspected that even his royal duties might hold more appeal than this awkward interlude in a cramped workshop. As Her Majesty's arrival drew closer, you took one last glance around the room, ensuring everything was shipshape and Bristol fashion for her inspection. Your work table was tidy, your threads were organized with military precision, and just to be on the safe side, you'd even gone so far as to add a few extra decorative flourishes to the edges of the gown. Outside, the wind had picked up, causing the candle flames to dance in an unsettling rhythm. Shadows cast by flickering shadows seemed to writhe across the walls like restless spirits, adding an air of unease. Perhaps it was just your imagination playing tricks on you, but as you stood there, waiting for Her Majesty's arrival with a growing sense of trepidation, even the most mundane details began to take on a heightened significance. When Queen Elizabeth I finally swept into the room, her presence announced by an almost imperceptible adjustment in the air itself, rather like the sudden stillness that falls over a forest when a predator draws near. You felt your breath catch. It was as though time had slowed to a crawl. Only then did you notice the intricate patterns of embroidery on the gown spread out before her, or the way the soft candlelight highlighted every nuance in Her Majesty's features, rendering them even more sharp and angular than usual. Her eyes, piercing blue orbs that seemed almost capable of seeing right through your very soul, swept over the room with a flicker of disapproval. You felt a shiver run down your spine as she approached you, her presence an unspoken command to stand at attention and wait for further instructions. Your fingers trembled ever so slightly as you reached out to present the gown, trying not to betray any sign of nervousness in front of Her Majesty's imposing figure. The air seemed to thicken around you once more, just as it had during that earlier meeting with the lady-in-waiting, and for a moment you were frozen there, poised on the cusp between expectation and dread. Oh, and yet, something about this particular moment stayed your heart in its racing, forcing it instead into a stately procession of measured beats. Perhaps it was simply the sheer weight of tradition bearing down upon you, the knowledge that generations of dressmakers had preceded you through these very rooms, performing their duties with quiet dedication and precise skill. In any case, as Queen Elizabeth I finally deigned to speak her voice, Like a silver bell ringing out across still water, your heart seemed to steady itself within its cage. The gentle rustle of Her Majesty's skirts, the faint scent of rosewater wafting from her person, even the soft flicker of candlelight, all these things combined to create an atmosphere both courtly and stifling, a place where expectations hung heavy as fog on a summer evening. As you listened attentively for further instructions, your ears straining with anticipation in the hushed stillness of the room, it seemed impossible that anything else might intrude upon this tiny drama. Just you, Queen Elizabeth I herself, and the delicate threads of obligation carefully woven to create an intricate tapestry of expectation. As you listened attentively for further instructions, your ears straining with anticipation in the hushed stillness of the room, it seemed impossible that anything else might intrude upon this tiny drama. Just you, Queen Elizabeth I herself, and the delicate threads of obligation carefully woven to create an intricate tapestry of expectation. But then, from somewhere beyond the ornate wooden paneling, a faint murmur began to seep into the room, not loud enough to break the spell that had been cast over you, but just sufficient to make your ears perk up and pay attention. The Queen's eyes, which had seemed so piercing in their intensity only moments before, now softened ever so slightly as she listened to whatever it was that was being said. Her voice, too, took on a gentler tone, almost conciliatory, as if acknowledging some unspoken understanding between her and the unseen speaker. You watched this subtle shift in dynamics with interest, wondering what might have precipitated such a change in mood. Was it something to do with the royal personage who was waiting outside, or perhaps the mysterious errand that had brought you here today? Whatever the reason, it seemed clear that for now at least, your own role as observer and participant in this delicate social dance would remain secondary to some other consideration. As you stood there, frozen in a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, the murmur outside grew slightly louder, just enough to make out faintly the rustle of silk fabrics against each other, accompanied by low-pitched murmurs that seemed almost like whispers. It was as if someone had come into view, though not quite into the room itself, perhaps merely visible through an adjacent doorway or in a shadowy alcove beyond your line of sight. The Queen's eyes flickered towards the sound, her gaze lingering for just a fraction of a second before settling back on some inner thought. You followed her lead, turning your own head slightly to try and catch a glimpse of whoever it was that had entered, though without moving so far as to draw attention away from Her Majesty. The room itself seemed to be growing quieter by the moment, perhaps because you'd all been holding your collective breath in anticipation of some new development. Or maybe simply because there's something peculiarly calming about waiting for an announcement or news that might either change everything or prove utterly inconsequential. Whatever the reason, as you stood suspended between these two possibilities, caught up in this slow-burning suspense, it began to feel almost meditative, a chance to let go of whatever other worries and concerns had brought you here today, if only for a brief interval. You felt your eyelids growing heavier, too, not quite sleepy yet, but rather that strange lassitude which often precedes sleep. Perhaps this was just another example of the hypnotic effect induced by watching an intricate social dance unfold, as mesmerizing to witness as any performance on stage or screen. Or maybe it was something more, a sense of release from all those other anxieties and cares, now momentarily set aside in favor of observing these tiny, high-stakes moments that made up life at the royal court. Just then, without warning, one of the attendants, A stately woman with an air of quiet efficiency about her slipped silently into view. She moved with the soft tread of someone who spent years mastering the art of walking on creaking floorboards, no more than 2 steps away from you before coming to rest beside Her Majesty. Your Majesty, she murmured softly, the midday meal is ready. You watched as Queen Elizabeth I inclined her head graciously in response, though without rising from her seat. It was almost a courtesy gesture now, acknowledging the presence of her attendants and the world outside these palace walls, rather than any genuine interest in what they had to say. At this point it might seem strange that someone would be waiting upon Her Majesty's pleasure at such an hour. After all, she'd eaten breakfast just a few hours ago, but there were certain expectations attached to being queen. Meals became more formalized affairs as the day wore on, less personal and conversational than they had been earlier in the morning. The attendant continued, her voice still low-keyed, yet somehow conveying an undercurrent of importance behind its measured tone. Shall I have it brought up here, Your Majesty? This time there was a more deliberate pause before Queen Elizabeth responded, almost as if weighing some inner consideration or obligation that needed to be acknowledged first. Yes, she said finally, her voice firm but with just the slightest hint of something else beneath, maybe disappointment, perhaps even resignation. Bring it up. You found yourself drawn into this quiet drama now, watching how these people moved around one another in such a highly formalized world, each step and gesture choreographed to avoid giving offense or upsetting some delicate balance of power. As you observed them, the room itself began to change subtly, not just because new arrivals had altered its occupants' spatial relationships, but also because something fundamental was shifting within it. It wasn't quite noticeable yet, like a slow fade from light into shadow, though in time you might realize that what had once seemed important now felt almost trivial. With each passing moment, the room grew quieter still, not because of any new presence or announcement, but simply due to some inner shift taking place. As if they'd all momentarily forgotten why they were here at all, caught up instead in their own tiny dramas and responsibilities, leaving you in a small corner of this larger scene feeling almost detached. You continued to watch as the attendant slipped away once more, disappearing silently through that same doorway where she had first appeared. You waited for what felt like an eternity before hearing any sound from beyond, just a faint rustling of fabric against itself, followed by footsteps growing louder and closer until they reached your threshold. This time it was 2 attendants coming in together, bearing trays between them with the midday meal that Queen Elizabeth I had ordered. Their faces were set into expressions of polite attentiveness, not exactly eager but rather resigned to their role as servants within this grand drama playing out above stairs and below, even though you might guess from their mannerisms alone that they'd rather be doing just about anything else. You watched as the tray bearers approached Her Majesty's chair, presenting her with an assortment of dishes spread across its surface. Their silverware sparkled dully in the soft light, not polished to a mirror finish, but still shiny enough to catch your eye, perhaps because they'd been passed down through generations within this very same household. As you gazed upon this scene unfolding before you, time seemed to stretch out and slow, each movement taking on an almost deliberate quality, as if these people were performing some intricate ballet for the benefit of observers such as yourself. It wasn't just about serving food, there was something deeper at play, a ritual that drew everyone together into its carefully choreographed dance. With that thought in mind, you turned your gaze towards Queen Elizabeth herself. Observing how she broke her bread and took small sips from a cup, the way each action seemed to carry weight within this larger social tapestry. Her Majesty's expression was serene, almost contented, as if acknowledging some deeper connection between herself and those around her. You followed suit, mirroring the actions of those around you, waiting for your own turn at the table, wondering what lay ahead in these unfolding moments that seemed both familiar yet impossibly far away from anything resembling everyday life. Your heart beat steadily within its chest, perhaps a little faster than usual as anticipation built towards whatever might happen next. Just then, one of the attendants paused near you, holding out a small tray with an assortment of bread, rolls, and fruit. "Your turn," she said softly, not looking up from her task, but rather trusting that you'd understand what was expected without needing to be told. You took a roll off the tray, feeling its crusty texture against your fingers before breaking it open in two neat halves. There was something about this simple act of eating which brought everything back into balance, reminding you once more why people like Queen Elizabeth I had risen so high within their society while others remained lower down on the social ladder. The room around you continued to hum along at its own deliberate pace, though now it seemed as if time itself was unfolding in a series of smaller increments, each moment building upon those before without ever truly releasing tension. As you took your first bite, savoring the flavor and texture of what lay within, you realized that this was indeed how life played out for those at court, in slow-motion sequences punctuated by brief moments of decision-making or drama. Their faces, now set into expressions of politeness rather than curiosity, revealed nothing. No longer did they glance toward Her Majesty's chair as if seeking some sign or instruction. Instead, their eyes drifted towards you with an almost imperceptible flick, though only because you'd caught the sound of eating. Perhaps a faint crunching from your direction that served to remind them of their own role in this ongoing performance. You swallowed slowly before taking another bite, feeling the bread softening slightly as it went down. Outside, through windows high above and beyond reach, sunlight poured into these darkened rooms, though not brightly enough to dispel shadows clinging tenaciously along baseboards or beneath heavy drapery folds. It was an odd contrast, light trying to penetrate this world of muted colors while still being kept at bay by the very fabric that separated you from it. The attendants continued their work with methodical efficiency, their faces expressionless as they served others in attendance, though occasionally glancing toward Her Majesty's chair whenever some fresh instruction was needed. Meanwhile, Queen Elizabeth I herself remained lost in thought, her eyes gazing off into some internal distance where perhaps memories of the past mingled with anxieties about what lay ahead. You were no longer just watching now, had begun to feel a part of this very scene, though not as an equal or participant, but rather someone caught within its larger web. There was something about being here, listening in on these conversations and observing people move through their days that drew you closer into the heart of things, reminding you how intricately connected everyone remained despite appearances suggesting otherwise. Your next bite felt a little more substantial, almost as if your senses were coming alive to all these hidden details surrounding you. As you chewed, there was this strange awareness growing inside, like some gentle rustling within yourself that seemed connected to the world outside. Perhaps it wasn't just about food after all. Perhaps it had more to do with being present in a place so charged with history and social expectation. Just then, without warning, one of those tiny creaks, almost imperceptible at first but growing louder as footsteps approached, announced someone's arrival near the doorway. It was no longer an absolute silence now. There were hints of other lives beyond these walls, living out their own separate dramas in some adjacent sphere. You paused mid-chew to listen more intently, wondering who this newcomer might be and what news they brought with them into the heart of palace life. Your eyes flicked towards Queen Elizabeth I's chair, though she seemed oblivious still, lost once again within those inner thoughts or calculations that governed her every move. For now, at least, it was as if you were caught in some delicate pause, suspended between anticipation and reality like a piece held captive by opposing forces pulling in opposite directions. But only for an instant, because the next moment brought something entirely new, almost unexpected, into this carefully choreographed dance of courtiers and attendants. As you waited, your heart beating steadily within its chest while observing all these tiny details surrounding you, it began to feel as though time itself had slowed. Each beat a deliberate pause before some new development emerged from the shadows. As you waited, your heart beating steadily within its chest while observing all these tiny details surrounding you, it began to feel as though time itself had slowed. Each beat a deliberate pause before some new development emerged from the shadows, like a quiet ripple on a still pond. The air inside this narrow alleyway seemed heavier now, weighed down by the scent of damp earth and mildew seeping through cracked flagstones, and you couldn't help but breathe in deeper to capture every nuance. For in this moment, even something as mundane as the smell of old stone felt rich with possibility. Ahead of you, the wooden slats of a privy seat creaked softly against their hinges, a gentle reminder that life was still unfolding within these narrow walls. A small breeze rustled through nearby trash heaps, its quiet sighs like an old friend's whispers in your ear. Don't worry, it'll get worse before it gets better. The wind carried with it the faint scent of yesterday's bread wafting from a nearby bakery, day-old loaves now stale and hardened as stone, yet still somehow tantalizing. As you stood there lost in thought, your eyes began to wander along the length of this cramped alleyway. Shadows danced across walls like dark specters trying to claim dominion over each flickering moment. Here an errant beam of sunlight breaking through grimy windows above. There a glimmering thread of water running down from some hidden eave. All these small, fleeting joys conspiring to make your wait feel almost. Oh, pleasant. Almost. Nearby, a passing servant paused beside you, their hand absently reaching for the worn leather pouch tied at their waist. In it rested an aromatic handful of dried lavender and chamomile intended for the Queen's chambers that very night, though tonight would prove different from all others, as we shall see later on. This fleeting glimpse of a life lived beyond your own gave you pause. In these quiet moments, one begins to appreciate just how little they truly know about those around them. To either side of this narrow passageway stood unassuming townhouses with wooden beams weathered to silvery gray, their windows like empty eyes staring back at you as if pondering the mysteries within. Each had its own secret stories, a faint smell of baking wafting from one, the creaks and groans emanating from another's upper floors, where some long-forgotten family perhaps still stirred in restless slumber. As time continued to unfurl like an unspooling skein of thread before you, it became increasingly clear that nothing about this wait was going according to any kind of plan. There were no hasty whispers or urgent hand signals, just the steady passage of hours spent waiting for something, though exactly what remained unclear. Still standing here in this cramped alleyway, listening as sounds blended into a soothing tapestry, murmurs from nearby homes mingling with the distant chime of church bells calling out across a far-off hilltop, their sweet peals seeming to draw you toward them like an unseen magnet. You can almost hear yourself whispering along in time, and yet your feet remain rooted firmly on this cold stone ground. Your eyes roamed back down to the privy seat before you, still creaking softly against its hinges as if sighing a gentle lament. Each slow beat seemed now like a deliberate pause, each movement of air within these walls infused with anticipation. All around, the world itself appeared poised on some unseen precipice, waiting for what remained uncertain. In this strange liminal space between what was and what would be, your breath came in soft syncopation, each inhalation feeling almost like an attempt to match some internal rhythm that refused to reveal its source or purpose. It's as if the very air within these narrow walls held secrets only it knew, which made every passing moment feel heavy with promise. Your gaze drifted upward toward a nearby rooftop, where someone else stood lost in their own quiet reverie, hands clasped behind back, eyes half closed against an invisible breeze that rustled through wisps of hair. Their features seemed indistinct at first but gradually took shape, and you recognized the face as belonging to Thomas Morgan, one-time member of Queen Elizabeth's council. Thomas stood there gazing out toward some unseen point on the horizon, his eyes narrowed in contemplation, lips pursed in a faint expression of concern. What weighed upon him remained unclear, though it seemed almost certain that something was bothering this quiet man as much as you yourself were bothered by. Well, everything else. Everything else was taking care of itself by now, and you could focus on the task at hand, cooking a meal for others without, ideally, leaving behind any unpleasant aromas. You stood in front of the old stone fireplace, its hearth worn smooth by generations of use, and surveyed the array of ingredients laid out before you. The kitchen was quiet, except for the soft ticking of the clock on the wall, which seemed to be keeping pace with your own heart. In this era, when royalty like Queen Elizabeth I were known for their rather pungent personal hygiene habits, let's just say that washing one's hands before cooking wouldn't have been high on anyone's list. The Queen herself was particularly fond of applying a liberal amount of rosewater to her skin and hair each morning, which, while perhaps pleasant in its own right, did little to mask the underlying scent of stale sweat and perfume. As for you, though, it seemed only reasonable that you'd want to avoid following in Her Majesty's footsteps. You reached out with one hand and picked up a small bunch of fresh rosemary from the counter, inhaling deeply as its piney fragrance filled your nostrils. It was a pleasant scent, but not particularly strong enough on its own to overpower any lingering odors. You began to chop the herbs, the soft thud-thud of the knife against the wooden cutting board providing a soothing background noise. As you worked, you couldn't help but think about the various ways in which people managed their personal hygiene back then, or didn't manage it, as the case may be. Queen Elizabeth I's own bathing habits, for instance, were notoriously. She was said to have bathed only a few times a year, and even when she did, her attendants would often scrub her skin with rough cloths before applying a generous layer of perfume or pomade to mask any underlying scents. It wasn't just the royal family that suffered from poor personal hygiene habits either. The average person on the street was no stranger to body odor, and it wasn't until later in the century that soap became more widely available, Not that people necessarily used it regularly, of course. Even when they did, soap often contained such ingredients as lime or lye, which weren't exactly gentle on the skin. You took a moment to step back from your chopping and survey the kitchen once more. The clock ticked away above the fireplace, its soft chime echoing through the quiet room like a whispered secret. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the nearby trees, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and new growth. It was hard to believe that just a few generations ago, cooking and food preparation had been an altogether more pungent experience. People cooked over open fires or in wood-fired ovens, which could easily give off noxious fumes if not properly maintained. And as for the food itself, well, let's just say that even with modern refrigeration and storage methods, leftovers often went bad quickly. You returned your attention to the chopping board, carefully mincing a few cloves of garlic before adding them to the pot along with some olive oil and a sprinkle of dried thyme. The aroma wafting from the pan was pungent but not overwhelming. You were trying for something more subtle than that after all. As you cooked on, your thoughts began to drift back to Queen Elizabeth I's rather unique personal habits. It wasn't just her love of rosewater and perfume that set tongues wagging. Even her clothing was often drenched in perfumes or pomades designed to mask underlying scents. And while she may have looked dignified and regal on the surface, beneath it all, well, let's just say that Her Majesty had a bit of an odor problem. You couldn't help but chuckle wryly as you remembered reading about one particularly embarrassing incident in which Elizabeth I accidentally left her perfumed undergarments behind after attending a formal dinner party. The unfortunate hostess was said to have been driven from the room by the overpowering stench, and while the Queen herself never actually confirmed or denied the story, it's hard not to wonder if there might be some truth to it. As for you, well, you were more concerned with getting your own meal cooked without causing any unpleasantness. You added a sprinkle of salt and a pinch of black pepper to the pot before stirring everything together, watching as the aromas melded and deepened in response. The kitchen was quiet once again, except for the soft ticking of the clock and the occasional creak of the old wooden floorboards beneath your feet. Outside, the breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it a faint scent of damp earth and new growth, a gentle reminder that even on a warm summer evening like this one, there was still something calm about being indoors. You stirred the pot once more before stepping back to survey your handiwork. The aroma wafting from the pan was pungent but not overwhelming. You had managed to strike just the right balance between flavors and scents, a feat that would have been all but impossible for someone like Queen Elizabeth I given her unique personal habits. As the clock ticked away above the fireplace, its soft chime echoing through the quiet room like a whispered secret, you took a moment to step back from your cooking and let out a gentle sigh of satisfaction. It had taken some effort, but in the end, it seemed that even someone as famously fragrant as Queen Elizabeth, I might not have been able to keep up with you when it came to basic personal hygiene. The kitchen was quiet now, except for the soft ticking of the clock and your own steady breathing. Outside, the breeze rustled through the trees, a gentle reminder that even on a warm summer evening like this one, there was still something calm about being indoors. As for you, well, it seemed that all you needed to worry about now was making sure everything stayed at just the right temperature while you were cooking. You reached out with one hand and adjusted the flame beneath the pan, watching as the gentle blue flames danced in response. The kitchen was quiet once again, except for the soft ticking of the clock, a reminder that time itself seemed to be moving slowly by now, its passage marked only by the steady beat of your own heart. As you stood there, lost in thought and surrounded by the warm sense of cooking food, it began to feel as though everything else had slipped away into the background. The world outside receded, the trees creaking in the breeze, the distant sound of a church bell tolling softly through the air. All these things seemed to fade away as you stood there, focused solely on the task at hand, cooking a meal without causing any unpleasantness. It was funny, really, how something so mundane could be made to feel almost magical. And yet it wasn't just that. It was also about paying attention to details and taking care with one's own personal hygiene habits, even if those habits might not have been the most royal of them all. As you stood there in the quiet kitchen, surrounded by the soft ticking of the clock and the gentle aroma of cooking food, it seemed that anything could happen next. But for now, well, at least for a little while longer, everything else just sort of awaited. As you stand still for a moment, surrounded by the faint scent of old wood and dusty tapestries, everything else just sort of settles around you. The creaking of the wooden floorboards beneath your feet seems to slow its pace, as if reluctant to break into a more vigorous rhythm. Outside, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore grows softer still, like a soothing melody that's being gradually dimmed. In the kitchen, a young servant girl named Alice is busy clearing away the remnants of last night's supper, a hearty stew made with beef and vegetables, served with thick slices of bread and an assortment of cheeses. You watch as she carefully scrapes the empty trenchers into a large wooden bucket, her hands moving deftly despite their rough condition from years of manual labor. You imagine what it must be like to live in this era, where every meal is a production involving multiple people and hours of preparation. The food itself is often delicious, but the process of getting it on the table is frequently chaotic, and not just because of the sheer amount of work involved. You've noticed that the cooks here are notorious for their short tempers and fondness, for complaining about everything from the quality of the ingredients to the inadequacy of the kitchen staff. But Alice, at least, seems a bit more patient than most. As she wipes down the tables with a long-handled brush, her movements have an almost meditative quality, the soft swoosh-swoosh of the bristles against the wood, the gentle scrape-scrape as she gathers up crumbs and spills into a dustpan. You wonder what goes through her mind during these quiet moments, when the hustle and bustle of mealtime has subsided and there's just stillness. Meanwhile, in one corner of the kitchen, a small fire crackles away in the hearth, the remains of last night's supper, now reduced to nothing more than embers. The heat from the flames casts flickering shadows on the walls as it slowly dies out, leaving behind only a faint scent of smoke and ash. Outside in the castle gardens, a gentle breeze stirs the leaves of the trees, causing them to whisper softly to one another in an almost imperceptible language that's both soothing and eerie at the same time. You watch as the sun begins its slow ascent towards noon, a process so gradual it might be mistaken for stillness rather than movement. As you continue to stand there, suspended between worlds, you start to feel a sense of detachment from the daily routines of life in this castle. It's almost as if you're an outsider looking in, observing everything with a curious sense of disconnection. Even Alice, who seems like such a kind soul despite her rough exterior. You can't help but wonder what it would be like to live here full time. Not just the grand events and ceremonies that make headlines, but the small, everyday moments that go unnoticed by history books. The way the light filters through stained glass windows in the chapel, casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor, or the sound of rain pattering against the roof during a stormy night. But for now, well, at least for a little while longer, everything else just sort of subsides into this quiet reverie. Even your own thoughts seem to slow their pace as you lose yourself in the gentle rhythms and routines of life within these castle walls. Alice finishes clearing away the remnants of breakfast and begins preparing lunch, another meal that will involve multiple courses, each one carefully timed and executed with military precision by the cooks and servants who work here. As she sets out a large cauldron filled with steaming hot soup, you notice the faint scent of burnt onions wafting from it. You wonder what goes into making these elaborate meals. The countless hours spent chopping vegetables, stirring sauces, basting meats over open flames. It's almost as if cooking here is an exercise in endurance rather than a simple act of sustenance. And yet, despite all the fuss and bother, people seem to enjoy their food immensely. As you continue to drift through this quiet reverie, you start to feel a strange connection to Alice, not just because she's one of the few servants who seems kind and patient amidst all the chaos, but also because her life is so deeply intertwined with yours. You're both suspended in this bubble of timelessness, where meals are consumed without thought for tomorrow or yesterday, only for now. You watch as Alice ladles out generous portions of soup into a series of wooden bowls, each one carefully labeled to ensure that the correct member of the royal family receives their designated portion. As she carries them over to the long table in the great hall, you notice how fragile they seem beneath her sturdy grasp. Like delicate eggs carried by a giant. The sounds from outside grow quieter still as the breeze dies down, replaced now by an almost eerie silence that feels both peaceful and unsettling at the same time. You're left standing alone amidst this quiet tableau of life in the castle, suspended between worlds where meals are feasts and people's lives unfold like intricate patterns woven on a loom. It's hard to imagine what comes next, not just for Alice or any of the other servants who keep this place running smoothly, but also for yourself. You're so caught up in these tiny moments that you've almost forgotten about your own existence outside these castle walls, where life probably feels more mundane and less epic than anything happening here. As you stand there lost in thought, a faint sound catches your ear, the soft clinking of metal on stone as Alice sets down her serving tray. She looks up for a moment, their eyes meeting across the room in an almost imperceptible glance, before she returns to work with an expression that's both tired and resigned. You realize now how much goes into keeping this place running smoothly, not just the grand gestures of state and ceremony, but also these tiny moments where people care for one another amidst all the chaos. It's a strange comfort, really, knowing that even in times as tumultuous as these, there are always ordinary human connections waiting to be forged. As you continue to stand still, surrounded by this quiet scene of life within castle walls, everything else just sort of settles into place around you. Even your own thoughts grow quieter now, as if trying not to intrude on the peaceful atmosphere that's slowly taking over. As you settle deeper into your chair, the soft creak of the wooden frame beneath you seems to grow louder than it should, a gentle protest against being asked to hold its shape for another moment. The air around you begins to thicken with the scent of old books and dusty shadows, carrying whispers of forgotten tales that only the most attentive listeners might pick up on. In the year 1585, Queen Elizabeth I was at the height of her power, but even as she moved through her daily routine, no one could have suspected just how thoroughly she had become accustomed to wearing stockings with no underwear. It's a peculiar habit, one that only someone who has grown up in an era where such things were considered perfectly normal might understand. You are standing in the Queen's bedchamber now, watching as her ladies-in-waiting help her prepare for the day ahead. The soft glow of candles casts flickering shadows on the walls, making it seem as though the very room itself is alive and shifting with every movement. Outside, a gentle breeze stirs the leaves of the trees in the palace gardens, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and green growth. The queen's stockings are made from fine silk, woven with intricate patterns that catch the light just so. They're knee-high, of course. This is England after all, but there's something almost absurdly practical about them when paired with a skirt as full as Elizabeth's. She moves through her dressing room with an air of practiced ease, her ladies fussing around her like anxious birds. You are given to wonder how it is that she never seems to catch on fire from the candles and torches scattered throughout the palace. It's not just the queen herself who wears stockings without underwear. Many women in Elizabeth's court do so, including some of the most prominent members of society. It's a quirk of fashion that says more about social standing than personal hygiene. As you watch, one of the ladies carefully adjusts the queen's garters, making sure they're tight enough to hold up her stockings without causing any unsightly bulges. The queen's corset is laced tightly across her chest, and over it she wears a fitted bodice that strains against its own seams when she moves. You can almost hear the quiet rumble of the palace kitchens below, where cooks are busily preparing breakfast for the day ahead. There's something comforting about the smell of roasting meat carried up from the depths of the castle, a reminder that even in the midst of all this finery and fuss, there's still food to be eaten. The queen moves through her dressing room with an air of quiet authority, as though she's always been here. And yet you sense that beneath it all, there must have been moments when she felt trapped by these expectations, when the layers of silk and satin seemed more like prison garb than royal regalia. You begin to feel a drowsy weight settling over your shoulders, like a warm fog seeping in through an open window. The air seems heavier now, filled with scents both familiar and unknown. Old books, dust, candle wax, the faint tang of metal polish from the palace silverware. The queen's ladies are moving her towards the door now, helping her into her outerwear, a magnificent gown of silk and velvet that's been carefully designed to showcase her royal status. You watch as she moves through it all with an air of practiced ease, never once stumbling or faltering. As you stand there watching, your thoughts begin to wander back in time, to the days when Elizabeth was just another young woman trying to make sense of a chaotic world. It's hard to imagine her without the trappings of power, but somehow it feels like an essential part of who she became, the queen with no underwear. You feel yourself growing sleepier now, lulled by the gentle rhythm of your own breathing and the soft creaks of the wooden chair beneath you. The room seems to be fading into a warm haze, a place where even time itself appears to have grown slower. And yet, even as this happens, there's still something lingering at the edge of your awareness, a small, persistent whisper that refuses to go away. It's the sound of servants' footsteps outside in the hallway, carrying the faint scent of smoke and cooking on their sleeves, reminders that even within these castle walls, life is always happening somewhere else. The queen moves through her day with an air of quiet confidence now, but you sense that beneath it all lies a deep-seated discomfort. Not just from wearing stockings without underwear, though that's certainly a part of it, more like the weight of expectation itself. The knowledge that at any moment she might be called upon to play a role that doesn't quite fit her own skin. It's an eerie feeling, like standing on the edge of a great precipice with nothing but your wits and the wind in your hair. But somehow it feels almost soothing. There's something about being suspended between worlds, trapped in one reality while still holding onto fragments of another, that seems to induce a strange sort of calm. You feel yourself slipping deeper into this dreamlike state now, carried on the gentle tide of your own thoughts and the quiet sounds around you. The room is growing darker, the shadows deepening as the candles seem to grow smaller in their holders. And yet, even as all this happens, or perhaps it's more accurate to say, especially when it does, there remains a faint sense that something crucial has been left out of the picture. A small detail hidden away in some forgotten corner of your mind, waiting for you to stumble upon it like a lost treasure buried beneath the dust and cobwebs. But what is this thing? What exactly are we trying to recall here? As you stand there suspended between worlds, trapped within the palace walls, yet somehow simultaneously observing from afar, the silence deepens. It's as though time itself has slowed, holding its breath in anticipation of some long overdue revelation. As time itself seemed to have slowed, holding its breath in anticipation of some long overdue revelation, you find yourself back in Elizabeth's court, surrounded by the familiar scents and sounds that had grown accustomed to your presence over the years. The air is thick with the smell of sweat and perfume, a pungent mixture that clings to everything it touches like a damp shroud. You breathe deeply, feeling the weight of history bearing down upon you, as the soft rustle of silk and velvet whispers secrets in the darkness. It's a chilly autumn evening, and the wind carries the faintest hint of wood smoke on its gentle breeze, reminding you that winter is slowly creeping over the land like an unwelcome guest. The candles flicker in the drafty corridors, casting eerie shadows on the walls as they dance to the rhythm of the creaking floorboards beneath your feet. As you make your way through the labyrinthine passages, you notice a faint scratching sound coming from one of the bedchambers ahead. You push open the door, and a soft murmur of conversation spills out into the hallway. Inside, Lady Mary Herbert is huddled on a stool beside her sister-in-law's bed, gently working a fine-toothed comb through the royal hair. Elizabeth's eyes are closed, but you can see the faintest glimmer of discomfort etched across her face as she tolerates this intimate invasion into her daily life. You watch in silence for several moments, mesmerized by the intricate dance of fingers and teeth as they work together to disentangle a particularly stubborn knot. It's a small moment, one that might easily be overlooked in the grand tapestry of history, but it holds within it an enduring truth about the quiet struggles of royal life. You see in this intimate scene not only the mundane details of grooming, but also the intricate web of relationships and dependencies that underpin even the most powerful monarchies. The scratching sound grows louder as Lady Mary works her way deeper into Elizabeth's hair, and you begin to make out a faint clicking noise, the unmistakable sign of lice at work. You wonder what she uses for shampoo in those days before the advent of modern cleaning agents. Perhaps some mixture of vinegar and herbs, or maybe even a concoction brewed from the petals of flowers. As the comb glides through Elizabeth's tresses, it leaves behind a trail of detritus, hairpins, combs, and other tiny trinkets that have become dislodged in the process. You notice how carefully Lady Mary sweeps them up with her handkerchief, as if each one were a precious gemstone to be treasured rather than discarded. It's as though time itself has slowed even further now, allowing you to absorb every detail of this scene into your very being. The candlelight casts long shadows across the walls, making it seem as though Elizabeth herself is growing larger and more imposing with each passing moment, a testament to her own power and influence in an era when such qualities were still rare among women. As Lady Mary works on, you feel yourself becoming lost in the quiet rhythms of this scene. The soft scratching sound, the gentle creaking of the bed frame as Elizabeth shifts position, and the almost imperceptible rustle of fabric as she moves beneath the covers. It's a soothing melody that seems to lull not just Elizabeth, but also you into a state of deep calm, one that threatens to envelop you in its quiet folds like a soft blanket. But even as you succumb to this gentle soporific, your mind continues to wander through the labyrinthine corridors of history, searching for answers to questions that still elude you. What was it truly like to live in Elizabeth's court? How did people smell when they didn't have access to modern hygiene products? And what were some of the everyday frustrations and annoyances that characterized life during this period? You know that one of those frustrations must surely be dealing with lice, given how readily they seem to infest not just royalty but also common folk. But exactly how did people cope in an era without over-the-counter shampoos or modern cleaning agents? Did they use herbs and spices like lavender or rosemary to keep their hair clean and free of pests? As you ponder these questions, the room begins to fade away around you, not just Elizabeth's bedchamber, but also the entire world beyond. You find yourself floating on a sea of quiet sounds, the soft creaking of wooden floorboards beneath your feet, the distant rumble of carriage wheels outside in the courtyard, and the gentle hooting of owls as they take to the skies under the pale light of autumn moons. Time itself seems to have slowed even further now, so much that you can almost taste the air thick with anticipation. It's a sensation not unlike standing on the threshold of some long-anticipated revelation, your heart pounding in your chest like a drumbeat signaling the arrival of something profound and transformative. You drift on this tide of quiet expectation for what feels like hours, lost in the swirling eddies of memory and history, yet somehow still connected to Elizabeth's court through threads that bind you both together across time. As you float there, suspended between past and present, it becomes clear that one of those threads is none other than the gentle scratching sound emanating from Lady Mary Herbert as she battles against the pesky invaders in her sister-in-law's hair. And so you watch, transfixed by this small yet telling moment, a window into a world where even royalty had to contend with the same everyday frustrations that plague us all. As you settle deeper into sleep, the world outside grows quieter still. The moon casts a silver glow on the walls of Hampton Court Palace, where Queen Elizabeth I resides. It's been another long day for Her Majesty, filled with meetings and ceremonies, but now it's time to focus on something far more pressing, taking out the trash. You are standing in one of the palace's many corridors, watching as a small group of servants make their way through the darkening halls. They carry large wooden buckets between them, their footsteps echoing off the stone floors. The air is thick with the scent of candle wax and old wood, but beneath it all lies a hint of something rather less pleasant, the unmistakable aroma of chamber pots. It's a smell that would become all too familiar to you as you navigate the daily life of Elizabethan England. Chamber pots were a common fixture in every household, from grand palaces like Hampton Court to humble cottages in rural villages. They came in all shapes and sizes, but their purpose remained the same: to collect human waste until it could be emptied. You follow one of the servants as he makes his way through the palace's winding corridors. His name is Thomas, and he's been a member of Elizabeth's staff for nigh on 5 years now. He knows every nook and cranny of this vast complex, from the grand halls to the cramped service areas hidden behind doors. As you walk alongside him, the soft creaking of wooden floorboards beneath your feet is the only sound that breaks the silence. Thomas moves with a quiet efficiency, his eyes fixed on some point ahead as he navigates the darkening corridors. The air grows cooler now, carrying whispers of dampness from the castle's ancient stones. Every so often, Thomas pauses to open one of the many doors that line these corridors. Inside each room lies another story, of courtiers and ladies-in-waiting who are still up late poring over books or gossiping with friends, of guards who stand watch in the shadows, their eyes scanning for any sign of danger. But Thomas's focus remains on his task at hand. He carefully lifts a nearby chamber pot from its hook. It's made of ceramic, adorned with delicate patterns and colors that seem almost garish against the somber backdrop of these corridors, and begins to carry it down the hall. The clinking of metal as he empties the contents into a larger bucket is a sound you grow all too familiar with in this world. It's joined by the murmur of conversation from deeper within the palace, where guests or courtiers are still gathered for one reason or another. Thomas pauses at each door to deposit his offerings, sometimes a quick splash into the waiting bucket, other times a more deliberate pour as he inspects the contents with a discerning eye. His expression remains impassive throughout this process, though you sense a faint undercurrent of distaste in his movements. You continue on alongside him, lost in the quiet rhythm of these daily tasks. As they unfold before your eyes, something peculiar becomes apparent. Even among royalty and nobility, life is governed by patterns of routine as much as grand events or momentous decisions. Every day unfolds with its own set of rituals. For Thomas, it's collecting waste. For Elizabeth herself, overseeing council meetings or attending Mass in the palace chapel. Each holds a place within this intricate dance, all contributing to an image that remains fixed but is forever shifting beneath your feet like sand on the beach at low tide. In the quiet moments between tasks, you find yourself reflecting on these scenes playing out around you. Thomas emptying chamber pots, Elizabeth sitting in council, guards patrolling their posts. Amidst it all lies a sense of impermanence, not grand or dramatic, but present nonetheless. A glance up ahead reveals that they've reached the palace's outer courtyard. Here, torches flicker to life on either side of the entrance, casting long shadows across the cobbles below. Thomas pauses for an instant as he takes in this familiar sight, a faint smile playing about his lips before he turns back into the darkness. You continue walking alongside him now, immersed within this world that grows more vivid with every passing step. The torches cast an otherworldly glow over the scene unfolding around you, one of quiet efficiency, where daily tasks blend seamlessly into grand events and vice versa. Their footsteps carry them through a series of narrow corridors, finally depositing Thomas at a large wooden door adorned with intricate carvings that depict scenes from mythology. He pushes this open to reveal an equally imposing sight. The palace's main sewer system lies before him, a network of dark tunnels and pipes where waste flows into hidden channels beneath the city streets. Thomas takes a deep breath, his eyes scanning the dimly lit space ahead as he prepares for what must be done next. A faint hint of dampness clings to this place like an invisible fog, one that seems almost palpable on your skin even from afar. In moments like these, quiet and still, surrounded by dark shadows that grow more pronounced with every passing hour, it becomes clear just how far-reaching the daily life of Elizabeth's court extends. You find yourself caught within a sea of interconnected routines and rituals. Thomas emptying chamber pots, guards patrolling their posts, Elizabeth attending Mass. Each moment blends seamlessly into another, like shifting sands on an ever-shifting beach at low tide, or perhaps it might be likened to the way water flows from one river bend to the next. However you choose to view this scene unfolding around you, rest assured that daily life remains forever intertwined with grand events and majestic gestures. Thomas finishes his task in silence, disappearing into the shadows once more as he vanishes through a narrow doorway hidden behind the grand sewer system entrance. The torches now cast an even greater glow over your surroundings, one of quiet stillness that seems almost sacred in its own right. It's a feeling you grow accustomed to within this world, watching lives intersect and overlap, each moment contributing to an ever-changing tapestry that reflects the intricate patterns governing life beneath Elizabeth I's reign. As you settle deeper into your bed of soft linens and downy feathers, the gentle rocking motion of the wooden frame seems to lull even the most stubborn thoughts from your mind. Your eyelids grow heavy, weighed down by the softness of the pillow cradling your head. The world outside is quiet, too, a stillness that descends over England as night begins its slow creep across the land. Even in the bustling courts and palaces, whispers are hushed to murmurs, footsteps muffled on stone floors polished to a warm sheen by generations of servants' elbow grease. You've spent your day moving through those very halls, navigating the intricate politics of palace life as just another thread in Elizabeth's vast tapestry. As you drift off to sleep, memories of that world begin to seep into your subconscious like water soaking into parched earth. Your thoughts turn back to a particular task, one that doesn't bring joy or satisfaction but is essential nonetheless: laundry day. In this era before modern conveniences, washing clothes by hand every week is an arduous chore that consumes entire afternoons and mornings. You recall standing at the edge of a vast wooden tub filled with steaming hot water from the palace's own well, surrounded by rows upon rows of linen sheets and fine silks. Water glistens on your skin as you lift the first load into the air, cool droplets clinging to your fingers like tiny jewels in the fading light. Each garment is carefully unfolded, its intricate folds smoothed out with a gentle touch that belies the weariness creeping up your arms from hours of scrubbing and rinsing. In this quiet moment before sleep claims you completely, memories begin to surface. The way Queen Elizabeth I's royal gowns must have smelled after each use, a potent mix of sweat, perfume, and worn silk. The very fabric seemed to drink in her presence like a sponge absorbs water, holding every nuance of her being within its folds. You imagine yourself as one of those palace servants tasked with washing the queen's clothes, carrying heavy baskets filled with dripping garments down narrow corridors lined with portraits of past monarchs, each gaze seeming to follow you wherever you go. In your mind's eye, you see yourself standing at a stone sink in an inner courtyard, pouring buckets of icy cold water over worn linens as steam rises from the fabric like mist off a forest floor. Each garment is treated with utmost care, delicate fabrics requiring soft brush strokes and tender touch, coarse woolen cloaks being scrubbed vigorously to remove accumulated grime. Every thread tells a story. About dinner parties hosted for visiting dignitaries, candlelit masks danced through until dawn's first light crept over city walls, or perhaps they'd been worn during private moments between the queen and her ladies-in-waiting, whispers of gossip shared in hushed tones while fingers expertly threaded needles to repair minute tears. The soundscape shifts within your mind, from clinking pots, simmering cauldrons, and distant laughter echoing through chambers filled with velvet drapes, to the quiet murmur of women gathered around a large wooden tub on laundry day, hands moving in tandem as they work together, their conversation reduced to soft mutters about the weather or last night's dinner. A flickering candle casts shadows across your face as you settle deeper into sleep. The air is heavy with scents. Damp earth from the moat outside, wood smoke carried on a gentle breeze that rustles through leaves in the gardens, and somewhere, almost imperceptibly, a whiff of perfume lingers, carrying with it whispers of past royal indulgences. In your dreams, you find yourself back at the laundry tub, surrounded by friends who have shared countless afternoons scrubbing linens alongside you. The water's edge laps gently against the wooden rim as you and others work together, each one lost in their own thoughts yet bound to this moment through a common purpose, washing away dirt, sweat, and dust that clings to every thread like unwanted companions. Your eyelids grow heavier still. With eyes closed, visions begin to blur. Fragments of life within the palace walls dissolve into hazy impressions, fleeting glimpses of Elizabeth I's stern gaze reflected in polished silverware, or perhaps a whispered secret exchanged between two friends as they walked through the castle gardens during twilight hours. The memory lingers, watching those same servants move through your day with quiet dedication, their footsteps echoing off stone floors, their conversations barely audible over the sound of clinking cups and distant music drifting from ballrooms reserved for royal entertainments. Each moment, though seemingly insignificant on its own, contributes to a rich tapestry that is palace life under Elizabeth's watchful eye. Sleep claims you now, wrapping your mind in soft folds as gentle as silk, a soothing balm that calms even the most insistent thoughts from their restless wanderings. Within this peaceful realm, memories of laundry days and afternoons spent navigating the intricate politics of court life begin to fade like wisps of smoke on a breeze. Yet remnants remain, whispers of laughter carried on evening breezes, silken threads worn thin by countless hand-washings, candlelight dancing across stone walls as you drift off into slumber. These fragments blend with shadows cast by flickering flames, softly illuminating the world outside, where in distant chambers and quiet courtyards, life continues its subtle dance beneath Elizabeth's watchful gaze. Your breathing slows, muscles relax like uncoiled springs releasing stored tension. Sleep's gentle warmth envelops you now, wrapping your mind in a soothing shroud that silences even the most insistent memories of laundry days spent scrubbing away at worn linens and delicate fabrics, all part of life beneath Elizabeth I's reign. Within this peaceful refuge, the world outside recedes, its sounds muffled to an ever-fading murmur as you surrender completely to slumber. As the last whispers of the outside world fade into silence, you feel yourself begin to let go, like a leaf drifting lazily on a summer breeze. Your eyelids grow heavy, weighed down by the gentle pressure of sleep's approach. In this quiet, peaceful space, time itself seems to slow its pace, and every moment is savored with an almost excessive richness. The soft glow of candles or moonlight casts shadows that dance upon the walls, like hesitant fingers tracing the contours of forgotten memories. You are a part of this stillness now, your presence woven into the fabric of the night. In another time, in another place, there lived a woman named Elizabeth I, Queen of England and Ireland. Her life was marked by grandeur and drama, intrigue and power struggles, but also by a rather more mundane concern, personal hygiene. You might find it hard to believe that someone as famous for her beauty and poise would have struggled with the daily business of keeping herself clean. As you drift deeper into sleep's embrace, imagine yourself standing in front of a small mirror, gazing at your own reflection. The image is unclear, but what catches your eye are not the lines or wrinkles of age, nor the faint wisps of hair that frame your face, it's the state of your skin itself. Is it smooth and unblemished? Or does it resemble something more akin to damp soil after a spring rain? In Elizabeth I's time, maintaining personal hygiene was no trivial matter. Soap as we know it today did not exist. Instead, people relied on concoctions made from olive oil, lye, or even fuller's earth, a soft, powdery substance derived from animal bones and ash. It's little wonder that many felt an aversion to bathing altogether. Consider for yourself the task of washing your hair in this manner. You scoop up handfuls of this thick paste, feeling it stick between your fingers like cold glue. Then, with as much water as the nearby bucket or basin will allow, you scrub at your scalp until your skin feels tight and tender. It's a laborious process, made all the more difficult by the limited access to hot water if there was any at all. You are not alone in this struggle. Elizabeth I herself often complained about her own difficulties with bathing. In 1567, she wrote to one of her ladies-in-waiting, "I desire you to send me a basin and ewer, that I may wash my hands." This simple request might seem laughable today. After all, what's the point in sending a basin just for washing your hands? But consider the context. It was not unusual for Elizabeth's courtiers to go weeks or even months without a proper bath. When they did manage to find time and resources for such a luxury, it often meant surrendering their dignity along with their modesty. Within this quiet, peaceful space, memories begin to surface, whispers of your own life unfolding like the tender shoots of spring growth. Your breath slows further still. You feel yourself relaxing into the gentle rhythm of sleep's approach. As we continue our exploration of Elizabeth I's daily routine, let us not forget that her struggles with personal hygiene were but one aspect of a larger, more complex reality. In this era of courtly politics and intrigue, appearances mattered perhaps above all else. And yet, despite these pressures to conform, the Queen herself seemed reluctant to relinquish even the most basic aspects of comfort. Consider for yourself what it would be like to live with a permanent scent, one that clings not just to your skin but also to every article of clothing you own. A mix of sweat and perfumes, layered upon itself until it forms an almost impenetrable barrier between you and the world outside. This was Elizabeth I's constant companion. She wore layers of perfume on her skin, often mixing them with rosewater or other fragrances in hopes of masking their overpowering quality. You might find yourself wondering what such a scent would be like to live with, not just its pungency, but also its psychological weight. To carry around an invisible aura that follows you everywhere, at meals, during meetings, even when strolling through the gardens on a warm summer afternoon. It's enough to make one yearn for the simplicity of fresh air and water. And yet, in Elizabeth I's time, such was the price paid for high status, to be clean-smelling, if not necessarily clean itself. Perfumes served as both perfume and talisman. They wove their way into the very fabric of court politics, signaling a person standing within society's pecking order. As we drift deeper into sleep, let us consider this other aspect of Elizabeth I's life, her relationship with time itself. How did she experience its passage? Did it seem to move at a glacial pace, as if each day took an eternity to unfold? We find ourselves standing in the midst of her chambers, surrounded by tapestries that hang like shimmering veils between us and the outside world. Candlelight dances across their surfaces, casting shadows on the walls, faint reminders that time is always in motion. Elizabeth I's own perception of time was as fluid as a summer breeze. It ebbed and flowed according to her moods and desires. When she felt energetic or inspired, days seemed to vanish like wisps of smoke carried away by an autumn gust. But when faced with the tedium of court politics, endless meetings, diplomatic maneuvering, the tedious details of statecraft, time dragged its feet, as if each moment stretched out into a seemingly interminable expanse. This is your own experience now, time stretching and compressing according to your mood like the silken folds of a velvet cloak. In this quiet space, hours lose their shape, they become mere suggestions, wispy whispers that barely disturb the surface of consciousness. As you surrender further still into sleep's depths, let us ponder Elizabeth I's own approach to time management, or rather, her seeming lack thereof. Did she prioritize tasks according to some hidden logic, as if guided by an unseen hand? Or did she allow events to unfold like leaves carried by a stream? Your mind begins to drift, lost in the labyrinthine corridors of memory and imagination. Until suddenly, you are standing before Elizabeth I herself, facing her with all the complexity and simplicity of human existence. The room is small, its walls adorned with rich tapestries that whisper secrets as they catch the candlelight. The Queen sits at a nearby table, surrounded by papers and quills. She writes slowly, her hand moving across parchment like a gentle rain shower on spring mornings. You watch in silence as Elizabeth I's fingers dance upon the page, creating worlds, forging realities with each delicate stroke of her pen. Her face is tilted slightly downward, lost in thought. Yet even so, there lingers an air of self-assurance that defies explanation. In this quiet space, where shadows and light blend together like colors on a painter's palette, you feel the weight of Elizabeth I's presence, not as some imposing figure from history, but rather as a fellow traveler through life's twists and turns. Her struggles with personal hygiene, her difficulties in managing time, all these serve to underscore one fundamental truth: that even those who hold power are subject to the same whims of nature, the same capricious winds that shape our lives. As sleep claims you finally, its soft tendrils wrapping gently around your consciousness like a gentle summer breeze, remember Elizabeth I's words on this very topic. I am but a woman, and therefore given little leave to be busy. You're lying in bed now, surrounded by the quiet of the night. The world outside is still and dark, except for a few distant sounds that carry on the breeze. The hooting of owls, the rustling of leaves, the occasional bark of a dog from far away. As you drift off to sleep, your mind begins to wander back to Elizabeth's court at Whitehall Palace. It was there, in this grand and busy place, where the Queen and her ladies would take their supper together. The dining hall would be filled with the sounds of clinking silverware, the murmur of conversation, and the occasional burst of laughter. You're one of the cooks now, standing at a long table in the palace kitchen. It's late afternoon, and you're preparing for the evening meal. You've been given instructions from the royal chef on what to prepare: a large joint of beef with plenty of sauce, some roasted vegetables, and a few pies filled with meat or fish. As you work, the kitchen is warm and lively around you. The ovens are hot, filling the air with the smell of roasting food and baking pastry. You're moving quickly now, chopping onions and carrots, stirring pots on the stoves, and seasoning the beef with salt and pepper from a large jar that sits at one end of the table. The kitchen is filled with other cooks, all working together to prepare the meal. They move efficiently around each other, their hands moving in practiced motions as they chop, stir, and season. You're just another cog in this well-oiled machine, focused on getting everything ready for when the Queen and her ladies sit down to eat. As you work, you notice that everyone is wearing a white apron over their regular clothes. The aprons are made of linen or cotton, and they've been washed many times before. They're now stained with food and grease, but still clean enough not to be embarrassing in front of the Queen's ladies-in-waiting. The smell of roasting beef wafts through the kitchen, mingling with the scent of baking pastry and the savory aroma of vegetables cooking on the stoves. It's a rich and complex mix of smells that fills your nostrils and makes you feel hungry. You're one of the cooks who has to deal with the waste from the meal as well. You know what it will be like: buckets of leftover food, bones stripped bare by voracious birds or scavenging dogs. It's a hard job, but someone has to do it. As the sun begins to set outside, casting long shadows across the kitchen floor, you finish up your tasks and step back from the table. The other cooks are doing the same, wiping their hands on their aprons as they survey their work. The meal is almost ready now, all that's left is for it to be served. You're standing in the doorway of the dining hall, watching as the Queen and her ladies take their seats at a long table set with fine linens and silverware. They're all dressed up tonight. Elizabeth wears a rich velvet gown, its colors changing depending on how you look at them. Her ladies are also well dressed, although not quite so extravagantly. As they sit down to eat, the room falls silent except for the sound of spoons clinking against plates and the occasional murmur of conversation. The queen takes a bite of her food and begins to chew slowly, savoring each mouthful as she talks with one of her ladies-in-waiting. The meal is slow going tonight. Everyone seems content just to sit there and enjoy their food without rushing through it. You're standing near the head table, watching as Elizabeth takes another bite and begins a long conversation about court politics or something else equally dull. As you stand there listening to the Queen's words, you can't help but notice that she smells rather strongly of perfumes and powders tonight. She likes to wear rose-scented perfume on her dresses and wrists. It's a favorite among the ladies in waiting too, although they're not quite so heavy-handed with their applications. The room is warm now. The fire in the hearth has burned down some since supper started, but there are still plenty of candles lit to illuminate the space. The air is filled with the smell of melting wax and the occasional faint whiff of smoke from someone's pipe or candle. You're thinking about Elizabeth's perfume as you look around at everyone else seated in the dining hall. Some of them seem a bit more relaxed now that supper has started, while others are still quite formal. They've been sitting up straight for so long it takes some time to get used to slouching just a little. As the meal wears on and it's going to be a slow one tonight, you notice something else about Elizabeth. Her dress is beautiful as always, but there's something a bit rumpled looking about her sleeves now that she's had them folded up for so long. It's not too bad yet, just a slight wrinkle here or there. The room has grown quiet again now. Everyone seems content to sit and eat in silence, except for the occasional burp from one of Elizabeth's advisors who's eaten perhaps too much cheese before supper. You're listening carefully, though, so you don't miss anything important that might be said during these long silences at dinner. As the hours tick by, they seem like a slow crawl tonight. You notice how comfortable everyone has become in each other's company. They've been talking for a while now about all sorts of things: politics and court gossip, stories from their childhood's silly jokes that have to be explained before they make sense. It's almost as if the meal itself has melted away into nothingness. You're one of those cooks who stays late after supper is over to help clean up the kitchen. The others are all gone now. Some went out for a walk or to enjoy the evening air. Others stayed behind in their rooms where they were already getting ready for bed. As you stand at your station near the head table, there's still plenty of work to do here. You notice that Elizabeth has been lingering over her dessert course. She's not eating much, just a small bit of cake and some fruit from one side dish or another. It looks like she might have eaten too much already tonight, but then again maybe this is part of the evening's entertainment for everyone else. The kitchen is dimly lit now. Only a few candles are burning on your tables as you finish up cleaning everything. The air feels cooler in here than it did before supper. Perhaps that's because so many people have left to go outside, or possibly there's just been some change in the temperature while no one was paying attention. You're almost done now. All you need do is wash a few pots and pans, wipe down your stations with a damp cloth, and then call it a night. You take your time as usual, don't want to rush anything if someone might still come looking for more food, or something else they forgot earlier in the evening. The world outside seems darker now. You can hear crickets chirping somewhere nearby. There's a rustling sound from leaves on bushes growing beyond the palace walls. It sounds peaceful, but also paradoxically, rather lonely at times like these when everyone has gone home to their own beds. and it feels as though even Elizabeth herself is slipping quietly away into her private quarters deep within Whitehall Palace. As you finish up your last few tasks in the kitchen, the silence outside seems almost palpable. You can feel its presence pressing against your skin, a gentle pressure that's both soothing and disturbing at once. It makes it hard to concentrate on anything except what might be coming next. As you lay here in bed, your eyelids growing heavy with the weight of a day's worth of smells, you can't help but think about Queen Elizabeth I and her rather pungent reputation. You try to settle into a comfortable position, letting out a gentle sigh as you feel the softness of the mattress beneath you. The room is quiet now, the only sound being the occasional creak of the old house settling around you. The darkness outside is almost palpable, a living thing that presses against the windows and seems to seep into the cracks in the walls. You can feel its presence, a soothing balm for your frazzled nerves. As you drift towards sleep, your mind begins to wander back to Elizabeth's court, where the air was thick with the smells of decay and rot. It's hard to imagine what it would have been like to live among such pungent aromas every day, but you try to put yourself in her shoes, or rather her corsets. You think about how she must have felt, constantly aware of the stench that clung to everything around her. The sweat-stained doublets, the perfumed gloves worn only for show, and of course, the unwashed bodies themselves, reeking of wood smoke and cheap candle wax. It's a wonder anyone managed to eat or sleep with such an overpowering presence in their lives. But you try to focus on the everyday aspects of life at court, not just the grand events like royal weddings or state visits, but the mundane routines that made up most people's days. You think about what Elizabeth would have eaten for breakfast, probably a simple meal of bread and cheese, maybe some ale to wash it down. As you imagine the Queen taking her morning repast, you notice how quiet the room is now. The only sound being your own gentle breathing, the creaks and groans of the house seem to fade into the background, replaced by the soft hum of distant crickets outside. It's a peaceful noise, one that seems to lull even the most stubborn thoughts from your mind. You try to get comfortable again, adjusting the pillow beneath you with a gentle nudge. The fabric is cool against your cheek, and for a moment you forget about Elizabeth and her courtiers, lost in the simple pleasure of finding just the right position on the bed. But then your mind starts to wander back to the smells, not just Elizabeth's pungent reputation, but all the other noxious odors that clung to people like a bad habit. You think about the tanners and shoemakers who worked in the city below, their fingers stained with dyes and their breath reeking of leather and sweat. As you imagine walking through the crowded streets, your senses are overwhelmed by the sheer variety of smells. The acrid tang of vinegar from the nearby markets, the sweet scent of baking bread wafting from a nearby bakery, and of course, the ever-present stench of human waste from the city's inadequate sewer system. It's hard to concentrate on anything except what might be coming next, another pungent smell, another cloying perfume, or perhaps just the faint tang of decay that seemed to cling to everything in Elizabeth's time. You try to shake off these thoughts and focus on the peacefulness of the night, but it seems like no matter how hard you concentrate, your mind keeps drifting back to those overwhelming smells. As the darkness closes in around you, you find yourself wondering what it would be like to live with such a constant awareness of smell. Would you get used to it eventually? Or would it always feel like an assault on your senses? You imagine Elizabeth walking through her palace, surrounded by advisors and courtiers who are all trying not to stare at the queen's unwashed feet or notice the faint stench of decay that clung to her person. It's a strange thought that even in the grandeur of royal life, there could be such everyday frustrations. As you drift further into sleep, your mind starts to play tricks on you. You imagine yourself walking through Elizabeth's palace, surrounded by ornate tapestries and polished wood floors. But instead of the expected opulence, you're hit with a wave of stench so overpowering that it makes your eyes water. You try to turn away from the smell, but it follows you everywhere in the grand halls, in the private chambers, even out into the gardens where the air is supposed to be fresh and clean. It's like nothing else matters except this one, all-consuming odor that clings to everything around you. But as you struggle to find your way through these dreamscapes, something strange happens. The smell starts to fade away. You're left standing in a quiet garden surrounded by tall trees and vibrant flowers, their sweet scent filling the air like a balm. You breathe deeply, feeling the cool night air fill your lungs, and suddenly you realize that even in Elizabeth's time, there must have been moments of peace, brief interludes between the stench and the grandeur. You imagine her sitting on a quiet bench, surrounded by flowers or perhaps just lost in thought as she gazes out at the trees. It's a fragile moment of calm in an otherwise chaotic world, one that you cling to even now as you drift towards sleep. The peacefulness seeps into your bones, chasing away the lingering smells and worries of the day. You feel yourself relax further with each passing breath, letting go of all concerns except for finding just the right position on the bed. As the night deepens around you, you start to notice other sounds, distant hooting owls, a far-off bark from a stray dog, or perhaps even the soft hum of crickets outside your window. They're like lullabies, their soothing melodies weaving in and out of one another as the darkness closes in. Your eyelids grow heavy now, weighed down by the gentle pressure of sleep itself. You feel yourself starting to let go, not just the worries about Elizabeth's courtiers or her own pungent reputation, but even the everyday concerns that plagued you throughout your day. As you sink into slumber, it's as if all those overwhelming smells and thoughts start to recede, replaced by a sense of calm and peace. The darkness outside seems almost comforting now, not something to be feared, but rather just another layer in this vast tapestry of human experience that stretches out before you like an endless sea. And with one final breath, you let go completely, surrendering yourself to the gentle flow of sleep itself, where all worries and concerns fade away into the quiet darkness. As you drift deeper into sleep, your breathing slows to a gentle rhythm, like the lapping of waves on a summer shore. The room around you grows darker, the shadows deepening and stretching out like dark tentacles across the walls. You feel yourself being pulled down into the softness of your bed, surrounded by the comforting familiarities of home. But as we continue our story about Queen Elizabeth I's less than fragrant reputation, let us return to a time when the Queen was not so much a monarch as a young girl, growing up in the cold, drafty palaces of England. You are there with her now, walking through the corridors of Hampton Court Palace on a chilly winter morning. The air is thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp stone, carrying the faint tang of mold and mildew from the walls. The palace's labyrinthine passages seem to stretch out before you like an endless maze, lined with portraits of long-forgotten ancestors gazing down at you with stern, unyielding faces. As a young girl, Elizabeth would have been surrounded by her ladies-in-waiting, women tasked with attending to the queen's every need, from dressing and undressing her to helping her get ready for meals. These ladies were the ones who kept the palace running smoothly behind the scenes, dealing with everything from laundry and needlework to managing the household staff. But being a lady-in-waiting was no easy job, or at least, not as glamorous as it might sound. You see, these women had to contend with some of the most unsavory aspects of royal life. Endless hours spent scrubbing floors, sewing elaborate gowns, and performing tasks that would make your skin crawl. You find yourself standing in the palace's great hall, watching a group of ladies-in-waiting as they prepare for the day. They're gathered around a long table, busily sorting through piles of linens and fabrics. The air is thick with the smell of wool and soap, mingling with the faint scent of stale bread from last night's dinner. As you watch, one of the ladies pulls out a small, intricately embroidered handkerchief and begins to sniff it delicately, as if searching for something hidden within its folds. Her face scrunches up in distaste, not at the smell itself, but perhaps at some particular association that comes flooding back with the scent. You remember how many royal courtiers complained about Elizabeth's own personal hygiene. Her love of strong perfumes and sweet-smelling sachets could overpower even the most robust nose. But for those around her, it was a constant struggle to keep up appearances, literally in some cases. Take, for example, the endless rounds of hand-washing and powdering that any respectable lady had to endure each day. In an age when soap making was still a relatively primitive art, these women would have spent hours scrubbing their skin with nothing more than cold water and rough cloths, a process not exactly calculated to leave one feeling particularly fragrant. As you continue on through the palace's winding corridors, you come across a group of kitchen staff preparing for breakfast. They're hauling massive cauldrons of porridge into the great hall, accompanied by the sweet scent of baking bread wafting from the ovens. But amidst all this warmth and comfort, there lurks a faint undercurrent, one that speaks to the darker side of palace life. You notice how even in the midst of plenty, these people live with constant reminders of their own social status. Hand-me-down clothes, makeshift repairs to furniture, and an endless stream of thank you notes penned by hands no doubt cramped from years of needlework. You catch yourself wondering what Elizabeth's childhood must have been like, whether she ever felt stifled or trapped within the palace walls. As you walk through these same corridors now, you can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. All those expectations and responsibilities piled high upon one young girl with an uncertain future. You find yourself drifting back to the Great Hall, where Elizabeth is seated at breakfast alongside her ladies-in-waiting. The room is filled with the clinking of silverware on plates, punctuated by the occasional burst of conversation from the more senior courtiers. But beneath it all lies a subtle tension, one that speaks to the true nature of royal life in this era. Not grand processions or state functions, but rather endless negotiations over status and rank. These women are constantly jostling for position within the palace hierarchy, maneuvering themselves into key roles while delicately maintaining appearances. You notice how Elizabeth's own ladies-in-waiting seem to be playing a delicate game of one-upmanship, exchanging pointed glances, subtly emphasizing their own superior breeding or connections through elaborate hand gestures and carefully scripted conversations. It's as if they're all vying for some invisible prize hidden deep within the palace walls. As you listen in on these hushed whispers and calculated silences, you can't help but feel a twinge of unease, not because anything is particularly dramatic or eventful, but rather due to an overwhelming sense that nothing ever changes here. These women are caught in some sort of endless loop, juggling duty with ambition, all the while struggling to maintain their own dignity within this stifling world. The room grows quieter now as Elizabeth begins her morning's worth of lessons and correspondence, letters written by hand on ornate parchment, dispatches from courtiers carried on horseback across treacherous roads. You watch in silence as she dips quill in ink, her brow furrowed in concentration as she pores over each line with minute attention. The world outside recedes into the background, leaving only this tiny, contained space, where words become weighty and deliberate like stones dropped into a still pond, ripples that spread out through court gossip, politics, and international intrigue. It's a realm of endless maneuvering, hidden alliances forged in secret corridors, and the constant jockeying for position within an often thankless hierarchy. As you stand here with Elizabeth, surrounded by this hushed, almost oppressive atmosphere, it becomes clear why being a lady-in-waiting wasn't exactly the most glamorous job, even if it did come with its perks. They had to contend with all sorts of minor annoyances and frustrations. Endless hours spent sewing and mending, not to mention dealing with everything from damp palace walls to leaky fountains. But amidst this endless round of small discomforts lies a deeper truth, that even in the midst of grandeur, there's always some hidden undercurrent, an undertow that pulls you inexorably down into its depths. These women lived their lives within these cramped, narrow corridors. Sometimes it seems they were trapped by nothing more than their own expectations. The room begins to grow darker now, as daylight seeps through the windows like a slow-moving tide. Shadows stretch and deepen across the walls, casting an eerie, almost primeval glow over everything, one that speaks directly to the heart of human experience. Not grand deeds or momentous events, but rather those tiny, telling details that reveal our true nature. As you stand here with Elizabeth, listening in on these hushed whispers and calculated silences, it becomes clear why being a lady-in-waiting was just as much about appearances as anything else. They lived their lives within the confines of this stifling world, sometimes literally trapped by nothing more than their own social status. The room begins to fade into shadow now, its outlines growing indistinct like those of some forgotten painting left to gather dust in a long-abandoned gallery. The sounds grow softer too, the faint creaking of wooden floorboards beneath footsteps, accompanied by an almost imperceptible hum from far-off chimneys as the palace's fires are stoked. It is then that you begin to feel yourself slipping away, carried off on some gentle tide into a world beyond this one. You notice your breathing slowing once more, your thoughts growing quiet and still like a winter lake at dawn. You continue to breathe deeply, feeling your body relax further with each passing moment. Your thoughts are quiet now, like a still pond on a windless day. You notice the sensation of weight shifting in your bed as you settle more comfortably into it. As Queen Elizabeth I's court is abuzz with activity, the palace fireplaces need attention to prevent soot from building up and causing problems during the winter months. This task falls to one of her attendants, a young woman named Alice. She makes her way through the empty corridors, the only sound being the soft creaking of her leather shoes on the stone floor. You are now drifting into a light doze, your mind wandering slightly as you begin to let go of any remaining tension in your body. The sensation of your blankets rustling softly against your skin is almost soothing enough to send you off completely. Alice reaches the fireplace in one of the palace's many chambers and begins by sweeping away any loose debris from the hearth. She uses a long-handled brush with soft bristles, carefully making sure not to disturb the delicate carvings on the stone surround. The fireplace itself is massive, its opening wide enough for several people to stand comfortably inside. As you relax further, your breathing slows even more and your thoughts grow quieter still. You begin to notice the sensation of your body weight sinking into the mattress beneath you. Your mind starts to let go of any remaining worries or concerns, allowing yourself to drift gently towards sleep. Alice next takes up a small trowel and begins to scrub away at the soot-stained stones surrounding the fireplace. She works carefully, making sure not to scratch the surface with her tool. The smell of smoke and char hangs in the air, mixed with the scent of old stone and candle wax. The palace is quiet now, its inhabitants all tucked up for the night. Even the sounds from outside, distant horse hooves on cobblestone streets and muffled voices carrying on the wind, have grown more subdued as the hours pass. You feel yourself growing heavier in your bed, your eyelids beginning to droop. As Alice continues her task, she occasionally stops to scrape away at stubborn stains or relight a candle that has gone out. The flickering light dances across the stone walls, casting eerie shadows on the floor. She works steadily, trying not to think about the dust and grime that seems to cling to every surface in this old palace. You are now in a state of semi-consciousness, your thoughts no longer coherent but still lingering just beneath the surface. Your body feels heavy with relaxation, your muscles softening further as you continue to breathe deeply. Alice finishes scrubbing away at the fireplace and moves on to the next task, cleaning out the ashes from the hearth. She uses a long-handled shovel to scoop up the cold coals and ash, carefully pouring them into a waiting bucket. The smell of smoke still clings to her clothes, but she doesn't seem to notice it. The palace is dark now, lit only by candles in sconces on the walls or placed strategically around each room. Shadows dance across the floor as people move about their nighttime routines, quietly reading books, listening to music, or working on needlework. You feel yourself growing more relaxed still, your body becoming heavier and less responsive. As Alice continues her work, she pauses occasionally to glance out a window into the night beyond the palace walls. The city is quiet now, its inhabitants all tucked up in bed for the night. Only an occasional stray cat or dog stirs through the streets, its movements muffled by the stillness of the air. Your thoughts are almost gone now, lost beneath the surface as you drift further into sleep. Your body feels heavy and relaxed, your muscles softening even more as you continue to breathe deeply. The sensation of weight shifting in your bed is almost imperceptible, a gentle movement that barely registers on your consciousness. Alice finishes cleaning out the ashes from all three fireplaces she was tasked with and takes a moment to wipe her hands clean with a damp cloth. She looks around at the newly cleaned hearths, feeling a small sense of satisfaction at having completed another mundane task in this grand palace. The night air is cool now, carrying just a hint of frost as it blows through the open windows. Candles flicker softly on tables and shelves throughout the palace, casting gentle shadows across the walls. You feel yourself drifting further into sleep, your thoughts growing quieter still until they are almost gone entirely. Alice heads off to find her next task, perhaps helping one of the other attendants with their work or attending a meeting in the Queen's chambers. The palace is quiet now, its inhabitants all tucked up for the night as it settles into the darkness outside. You feel yourself growing heavier still, your body becoming less responsive until you are almost asleep. And so Alice goes about her duties, lost in thought and surrounded by the quiet of the night. Her footsteps echo softly through the corridors, carrying with them a sense of routine and normalcy that pervades even the grandest of palaces. You feel yourself slipping further into sleep now, your thoughts growing quieter still until they are almost gone entirely. The silence is complete, broken only by an occasional creaking floorboard or muffled sound from outside. The palace sleeps, its inhabitants lost in their own dreams as it settles deeper into the night. And you. The palace sleeps, its inhabitants lost in their own dreams as it settles deeper into the night. The fire in the great hall has burned down to embers, casting a warm glow over the dark wood beams and the faces of those who slumber. You are one of them curled up on your pallet, surrounded by the familiar scent of wool and linens. The soft rustle of your cloak as you shift in your sleep is the only sound that breaks the silence. Your dreams must be pleasant indeed, for you stir not at all when a stray beam of moonlight filters through the window above, casting an eerie glow on the stone floor. In another part of the palace, a servant named Thomas stirs from his slumber, drawn by the faint creaking of the wooden floorboards outside his room. He rises to investigate, rubbing the sleep from his eyes with a worn sleeve. The night air is crisp and cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and leaves on its breeze. As he steps out into the corridor, Thomas notices that it's eerily quiet tonight. No whispers in the darkness, no scurrying footsteps as servants hurry to their duties. Just an oppressive stillness that makes him feel a shiver run down his spine. Thomas is one of those who has always been wary of hand washing. Not because he objects to cleanliness, far from it, but because so many people around here seem to think it's newfangled nonsense. The Queen herself has decreed its necessity, and Thomas wouldn't dare disagree with Her Majesty, not even in his own mind. But as he makes his way through the deserted corridors, the only sound being the soft creaking of wooden floorboards beneath his feet, Thomas can't help but wonder if maybe hand-washing isn't just a bit unnecessary. I mean, what's wrong with an old-fashioned swish of water and some elbow grease to get you clean? The thought passes through his mind as he pauses outside one of the great halls. The door is slightly ajar, and Thomas can see that someone or something has been in here recently. He pushes it open slowly, peering into the darkness within. Ah, there's a light coming from. Oh dear Lord, have mercy. No wonder nobody wanted to sleep tonight. A group of young women are huddled around a makeshift wash basin, their faces lit by the soft glow of candles and oil lamps. They're all scrubbing away at themselves with what appears to be some sort of herbal paste, muttering to each other in low tones about germs and bacteria. Thomas watches from the shadows for a moment or two before slipping back into the corridor. As he retreats, he can't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. What is this hand-washing business all about? And why do people seem so convinced it's essential? Back in his own room, Thomas lies down once more on his pallet and tries to sleep. But as he drifts off into the land of dreams, he finds himself drifting back to thoughts of that strange scene in the great hall, the candles flickering like fireflies around a dark secret, the soft scrubbing motions, each one accompanied by an anxious murmur about something called antibodies. He doesn't quite grasp it all, but there's something unsettling lurking beneath his surface, just out of reach. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, the queen sleeps fitfully on her own pallet, tossing and turning as she would if she were awake. The hand-washing business has been a constant source of worry for Her Majesty, ever since that unfortunate bout with smallpox all those years ago. As she tosses, the shadows on the walls seem to twist and writhe like living things. Thomas's whispered concerns about cleanliness have doubtless reached her ears by now. He can hardly imagine the whispers spreading through court gossip faster than a wildfire in a parched forest. Her Majesty stirs fitfully once more, this time drawing up one knee to scratch behind an ear with a delicate finger. The gesture is almost childlike, and yet it's also unmistakably that of someone burdened by secrets. Outside her room, a small boy named Timothy hovers near the door, listening as his mother chats in soothing tones about the new way to keep clean. Her words are soft but clear. Don't you go worrying about what they say at court. Hand-washing's the ticket now. We don't want no more sickness around here. The boy absorbs it all, eyes wide with wonder as he gazes up at his mother. Later still, the castle cooks busy themselves preparing breakfast in a nearby kitchen. Pots clang against pans as they stir and chop their way through morning prep work. Amidst the chaos of sizzling meat and steaming vegetables, one chef stands out for her peculiar habit. Whenever she thinks no one's looking, she sniffs at each dish before serving it up. It's not just about taste, there's something almost superstitious in this sniffing business. She says it helps her detect any hint of spoiled meat or foul air, a claim that leaves some skeptical but others nodding along with understanding smiles. And as for you, dear listener, as the palace continues its gentle hum into wakefulness, perhaps your own dreams begin to stir too. Maybe they're laced with visions of Queen Elizabeth's courtiers scrambling about like ants on an anthill. All those worried faces and whispering murmurs, a testament to just how new this hand-washing business really is. Perhaps you find yourself drifting through corridors lined with tapestries, each one depicting scenes from far-off lands. Merchants haggling over spices in Marrakesh's souks, ships sailing into harbor at Lisbon. Your own footsteps echo down these virtual passageways as you follow the faint scent of herbs wafting through your mind. Or perhaps, just possibly, it's not so much a dream, but rather an awareness that creeps up on you like dawn slowly spreading its fingers across the sky. In any case, the palace remains quiet for now, lost in the haze between night and morning. Yet even as darkness clings to every nook and cranny, something stirs within, the whisper of changes yet to come. Tiny sparks that will fan into great fires once hand-washing becomes an integral part of daily life. And so, we'll let it rest here for now. As we settle back into our cozy evening routine, let's take a moment to reflect on the daily lives of those around us, or rather, those from a bygone era who might have given Queen Elizabeth I a few odious odors to contend with. It seems only fitting that after discussing her possibly questionable personal hygiene habits, we should delve into the realm of hair maintenance in 16th century England. For it was here, amidst the intricacies of coiffure and adornment, that our monarch's subjects might have inadvertently added to her olfactory woes. You are now a lady-in-waiting at court, tasked with ensuring your mistress looks regal for an upcoming state function. You've spent hours in front of the mirror, carefully arranging Queen Elizabeth I's tresses into their requisite curls and braids. The air is thick with the scent of beeswax, rosewater, and what you can only assume is stale perfume. As you work your way through the intricate design, you notice the faint tang of hair powder wafting from beneath her cap. It's a mixture of dried herbs and animal products, designed to absorb excess oils and leave the locks looking lustrous. Alas, it also seems to be contributing to an overall aroma that might best be described as fusty. You gently tease out stray strands with your fingers, careful not to disturb the arrangement. The queen's hair is a riot of curls and ringlets, each one meticulously secured in place by wooden combs and pins. These are no modern marvels, mind you, they're sturdy tools made from wood or bone, often decorated with intricate carvings that serve as a testament to their owner's station. You recall the countless hours spent polishing these very combs until they shone like polished ivory. The Queen's ladies-in-waiting take great pride in their work, after all. As you continue your ministrations, you can almost hear the soft scraping of wood on scalp, a sound both soothing and slightly jarring at the same time. For it's here that we find one of those tiny frustrations that might have been lost to history, the use of wooden combs in hair maintenance. Their gentle scratching on the skin is a small but persistent annoyance, a constant reminder that these are not precisely the most comfortable tools to work with. And yet, as you pause to smooth out a particularly unruly curl, it's almost endearing. You return your attention to the Queen's coiffure, making subtle adjustments here and there until she's satisfied with her reflection. As you step back to admire your handiwork, you notice the faint scent of hair powder still clinging to the air, mingling with the heavier notes of perfume and what can only be described as royal dust. It's a curious thing, this accumulation of scents, each one a reminder that even in the most refined of settings, there exist tiny imperfections waiting to be discovered. You breathe deeply, feeling the soft give of your bodice against your skin as you exhale. The Queen, now satisfied with her appearance, turns to you and smiles, a small, tight-lipped smile, but one that speaks volumes about her appreciation for your hard work. You take a moment to smooth out any remaining wrinkles in her gown, ensuring it's perfectly aligned with the latest court fashions. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the palace walls, you can almost feel the weight of expectation bearing down upon you. The state function is just hours away, and there will be no shortage of dignitaries to impress, or at least those who are brave enough to venture into the Queen's orbit. You take a deep breath, letting the stillness of the evening calm your nerves. It's almost time for bed now. The moon will rise high in the sky soon, casting an ethereal glow over the palace grounds. As you make your way back to your quarters, the soft creaking of wooden floors beneath your feet is a gentle lullaby, one that carries you toward slumber with each passing step. The air grows cooler as night draws near, a soothing balm for weary skin and frayed nerves alike. You settle into bed, feeling the soft give of mattress and blankets envelop you like a warm hug. As eyelids begin to droop, your mind drifts back to the Queen's hair, still smelling faintly of that peculiar mixture of herbs and animal products. It seems only fitting, then, as we slip into the realm of dreams, that our thoughts should linger on those tiny details often overlooked in favor of grander narratives. The wooden combs and pins, the hair powder and perfume, each one a small but telling aspect of daily life at court, where even the most refined of settings couldn't escape the subtle imperfections that made human experience so achingly real. As you drift off to sleep, surrounded by the quiet stillness of night, it's almost as if the Queen's own presence has followed, her regal bearing and dignified demeanor dissolving into something softer, more approachable. And in this fleeting moment before slumber claims us all, we're left with just a hint of what might have been. The delicate dance between refinement and imperfection played out across the tiny stage of daily life at court. Sleep tight, dear listener, and may your own dreams be free from the faint tang of hair powder. You are standing on a soft, carpeted floor, your feet sinking into its gentle give. The room around you has grown darker, as if night itself had descended upon it, but there's still a warmth to the air that makes you feel safe and cozy. As you breathe in deeply, the scent of hair powder from earlier lingers on your nostrils, a faint reminder of a bygone era's perfumery. But now, with eyes half closed, the smell is almost sweet, like a whisper from a time long past. You can hear the quiet hum of crickets outside, their evening song filling in the gaps between the silence. It's a soothing sound that seems to wash over you, calming your thoughts and slowing down your heartbeat. In another era, not so far away, Queen Elizabeth I would be getting ready for bed as well, but her preparations wouldn't include anything like this peacefulness. Her ladies-in-waiting would be fussing around her, helping with the intricate process of removing her elaborate headdress and arranging her hair in loose curls. The Queen's coiffure was a towering masterpiece, held aloft by layers of padding and wire, which made it both beautiful and confining. And to keep this structure from toppling over like a poorly balanced castle, she relied on copious amounts of hair powder, the very same substance that had left its faint scent on you earlier. This reliance was not without consequence. As her ladies worked their magic, they'd dust off the Queen's shoulders and chest with large puffs of powder-scented air, making it a wonder anyone could see anything beyond the cloud of white particles hovering around her head. You can almost imagine Elizabeth I's expression as she gazed at herself in the mirror, possibly exasperated by this ritual that had become an essential part of royal life. She might have sighed to herself, knowing full well how much time and effort these elaborate preparations took away from her actual duties, ruling England, attending state functions, or simply enjoying a quiet evening with friends. But Elizabeth I was nothing if not adaptable. As you slip deeper into sleep's gentle grasp, consider the Queen's daily routine, which included an extraordinary amount of sitting still for extended periods. At court gatherings and formal events, she'd have to remain upright in her throne-like chair, often without moving a muscle for hours on end. This kind of immobility was not conducive to comfort. Imagine the subtle discomforts that must have accumulated over time: stiffness in her neck from maintaining an unnatural posture, pins and needles sensations as blood circulation constricted, and possibly even numbness in certain areas, especially during lengthy periods of sitting still. Now back to your own peaceful scene, where your feet remain firmly planted on the carpet. You notice that they're no longer sinking into it quite so deeply now, suggesting you've relaxed further since coming to this calm place within yourself. The crickets outside are starting to wind down their evening song as well, leaving behind only a gentle background hum. Your own breathing has slowed, becoming almost imperceptible in the quietness of your surroundings. It's almost as if the air around you is holding its breath, anticipating some small movement or sound that might break this stillness, but for now there's nothing. As Elizabeth, I would have known all about waiting. Her daily routine was filled with anticipation and expectation, anticipating courtiers' visits, expecting guests to arrive at any moment, and always being prepared for the next ceremony or state event. She'd even had to wait through many long winters, cooped up indoors as the cold weather made travel and outdoor activities impossible. And though her ladies would try to keep her spirits high with music, games, and conversation, there's no denying that waiting, whether it was for news from abroad, a visitor's arrival, or simply the end of some tedious obligation, must have taken its toll on the Queen. You're starting to feel your eyelids grow heavy now. It's as if they've become anchors, pulling you down into this peaceful pool of calmness where worries and cares are left behind. You can almost sense Elizabeth I doing the same thing in her own way, letting go of royal duties for a few precious hours, relaxing into the softness of her bed, and drifting off to sleep with a quiet sigh. In your mind's eye, you see yourself walking through an old-fashioned English garden on a warm summer evening. The flowers are blooming all around you, roses, lavender, and honeysuckle, filling the air with their heady scents that mingle together in a delicious bouquet. The sun has set behind the trees now, casting long shadows across the lawn as it begins its slow descent into darkness. You walk along one of these paths, taking care not to disturb any sleeping insects or small creatures hiding among the leaves and flowers. The air is filled with an almost surreal silence, broken only by the occasional hooting owl in the distance. This world feels very far away from Queen Elizabeth I's, where everything was polished and perfumed. Courtiers scurried about attending to her every need, and life itself was one long, elaborate pageant. But even here, as you walk through this serene English garden at twilight, there's a quiet beauty that comes with waiting for something else. The stars beginning their twinkling dance in the night sky above. It would be easy to imagine Elizabeth I watching her own starry sky from some palace window high above, feeling much like you do now, suspended between two worlds. One is full of grandeur and ceremony, the other a place where time stretches out infinitely, allowing for quiet contemplation and peace. You're almost there yourself, at that threshold where night becomes day again. Your thoughts are growing softer still, less tied to any one particular moment or event in history. It's more as if you've become part of this perpetual twilight world, forever suspended between Elizabeth I's grandeur and your own quiet dreams. As the stars above grow brighter in the darkening sky, it seems almost certain that even Queen Elizabeth I would have appreciated the beauty of this gentle evening hour, especially when viewed from a comfortable bed, surrounded by trusted attendants who ensure every whim is catered to. And so the ancient world rests beneath the stars. As do you. Let the silence carry you now. Sleep well.